Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday, specifically Friday, September 19th, and it is time for viewer levels. Hello, Nabbit, 06I, Rock Party, everyone watching at home, everyone who might be watching in the future, people watching the VOD, I welcome you too in advance, I suppose. How y'all doing? Again, it is Friday, and we're gonna play some viewer levels. That is to say, I got some levels from the viewers. People are going to continue submitting them throughout the stream, and we're gonna play them in a first come first serve basis. Parentheses. Twitch subs can skip the line once a stream or get an instant refresh on parentheses. That's parenthetical there for those who are unfamiliar with what parentheses are. People know what parentheses are. Anyway, that's just a little bit of a note. Disclaimer on what I just said. It's not entirely true. But what is true is that we're going to have a good time tonight. We're going to talk about all sorts of stuff. I have a bunch of oftentimes during a stream, I always have a bunch of things I might want to show on camera real quick surrounding me, and tonight is no different. I have a banana stand piggy bank here. I have all three of my older iPhones, including this one. Look at this. It's the iPhone 5. Isn't that ridiculous? Tiny thing. I have well, actually, there's not that much else, is there? Just those things. I got the Retroid here. Not that much. But still, it's a bit, isn't it? Also, the keyboard, phone, water. I guess those things aren't props. Those things aren't quite the same. Still, though, phones are interesting, huh? Anyway, before we begin, what the hell happened there? I've never seen that before. What the hell? These can get desynced? What is this? I've never seen this before, folks, in this level. I didn't know that could happen. That's bizarre. What would cause that? It doesn't matter. Oh, well, I guess these are individual bricks. For some reason. Every other case in this level is like a platform with wings. Why are these ones blocks? That's funny. That's never seen that before. Anyway, before we begin, I want to say a few things. Couple of up top announcements. First off, Tuesday streams are now on Mondays. That's going to be the thing. There is no Tuesday stream next week, no Monday stream next week, because I just finished the last of the Rareware playthroughs on last Tuesday, and I'm taking the opportunity of the break between playthroughs. Metal Gear Solid Delta starts week after next, to move it to Mondays, and also put it earlier. It's going to be at 7 p.m. Central rather than 8 p.m. for the future. Reason is, used to do it on Tuesdays because I was working hybrid. I'm not anymore, so Monday, Tuesday doesn't make a difference. And I think I'd rather it on Mondays. So let's go ahead, make that change, see how it feels. Second. The other day, I found out something that was pretty exciting. I found out that there's a Paper Mario Thousand Year Door randomizer that's pretty sophisticated, pretty advanced, much more worth considering than the previous one, which was based on some gecko codes or something, and didn't have the same amount of sophistication, logic, configurability, etc. as most well-developed, advanced randomizers. There is now one using Archipelago, and that I didn't know that. There has been one for around 6 months now, and I want to check it out, so I will check it out. On Sunday, we're gonna do a Sunday day stream where I check out Paper Mario TTYD Randomizer. I already spent some time last couple days getting that set up. I think I am ready to go, and look for it on Sunday. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, one of my favorite games of all time. It has a randomizer. I'm excited. I am. Also, one more thing vis-a-vis randomizers. I wanna fast track a Hollow Knight randomizer soonish. Not sure when that'll be. Certainly, I'm gonna prioritize TTYD randomizer because it's one of my all-time top 5 games of all time. But Hollow Knight, what with having just finished Silksong this week, I am in the mood to try out the Hollow Knight randomizer and see how that goes. And I wanna do that very soon. So look for that as well in the near future. Those 2 randomizers will be hitting one Sunday, one I don't know when. Yeah. Next week also has a Hades stream. Hades 2 coming out next week, coming in hot. Okay, those are that's what I wanted to say up top. A couple of little announcements. I am excited to play TTYD this weekend. Let's go. By the way, like this yellow kind of, you can't see the shirt, unfortunately, with the regular zoom, but this is a very cool Banjo-Kazooie shirt. Look at that Banjo and Kazooie design. It's pretty good. Seems like the camera with the regular zoom. First off, seems like it's chroma keying it a little bit. That's weird. It shouldn't do that if it's below this point in my body. Like that's I'm pretty sure that's not how it's supposed to work, but go figure. Anyway, that's cool. That's good. Like if I use this yellow, you can see it gets chromed as I pull it high, but why is it chromed out even a little bit at this point? That's weird. That's funny. I don't know why that would be. Yeah, there's like, maybe it's just something weird going on with the chroma key with these camera settings, but whatever, it's fine. We'll just live with it, and you know, it's just a white shirt if you can't see the banjo, apparently. Okay, let's get into it. Let's go. Viewer levels. Yes. First up is Rock Party. Rock Party is first up here. Let's go. Let's do it. Putting in the code now. Let me explain how this works for those who are new, those who need a reminder, or those who, whatever, you know. For those who come after or coming right now, let me explain how this works. If you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, which means outside the lightning round, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I will still play the level, but I'll do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between prioritizing the level, the people that are here, and playing more levels, which I think is fun. Rock Party is here, and Rock Party, are we on the pipers tonight? Let's go. Let's do some pipers tonight. I am setting the timer, and we're going to go ahead and start the thing. The level, you know, you get it. We have all the time in the world to go through it. I'll say if this is their first viewer level stream that they're ever seeing, I'll say that I've played this level a bunch. I've been trying to finish it for a bit. We can pretty consistently get to the second portion, the second section, but I think we're just short of clearing the second section. Like last couple streams, we've gotten pretty close to seeing the third segment. But pretty close isn't quite, it isn't gonna cut it. There's like a weird way that the last jump is, and at the second half, you have to, like, as you're falling down, come to the left and then drift to the right, such that you don't hit the top of a wall and are able to, like, get far enough to the right under the wall to get into a pipe. And if you don't do it right, you die. And it's like at the end of a pretty fucking rough room, so, you know, not good. I'm gonna give myself some more air conditioning. It's a little hot in here. Excuse me while I die a couple times. You're gonna have to excuse me for a bit, death-wise. I'm gonna die a couple times. Oh, you know what? If I crumple my shirt up like this, you can see a little bit of Banjo and Kazooie. That's how I should do. There you go. Now it's a t-shirt. I will try not to think about it, and hopefully it'll just resolve into a natural place. Oof. I'll say also, I got a pretty good amount of things I want to talk about tonight. Honestly, it wasn't that fleshed out, and then today was kind of a weirdly busy news day as far as things happening that are worth discussing. Which just occurs to me, I didn't put the, there was a Nintendo Online update. GBA games. I didn't put that on there. Could have done. Point is, got things to talk about. We got to the second half. Let's go. Got things to talk about. Why don't we start talking about them after this first attempt, which might be the last attempt. You don't know. Okay. Hey, I finished Silksong 100% earlier this week. Yeah, like on Monday. Talked about it on Tuesday a bit. But Silksong, I finished it 100%. Well, as far as the game goes, you know, apparently you don't need to collect, like, every memento, every individual little, you know, artifact, things like that. But I got all the tools, I got all the major upgrades. I did every quest I could do, filled out the bestiary, and, yeah, that game is, now in the books. Let me just say, like, straight up, Silksong, fucking incredible game. From top to bottom, I loved it. Each act was, remarkable and good, and it had, like, so much content, so many areas. I can't believe how large and huge and immersive and just good it was, you know? I'll say, like, throughout the game, I was constantly just finding more and more and more areas, even at the very end, you know, just doing some exploring and finding whole large chunks of the map I had no idea that were there, and, you know, that's just amazing. A thing that I will say as far as difficulty goes is that, you know, there were a lot of times in the game I got stuck, a couple times really, maybe. I was pretty good at it. A couple times I got stuck. I will say, if you do get stuck and you are struggling with that, remember that you can always go and explore more. And I feel like this isn't just like any Metroid game or many Metroidvania where, like, you know, you can explore more and you'll find some, you know, some hidden items and some, like, you know, extra missiles and stuff. Like, man, in Silksong, like, probably at any given point, you have, like, whole areas that you could go to. You have, like, whole realms you could explore. You have alternate paths that, you know, get around the thing you're stuck on. Or, alternatively, give you meaningful upgrades that will let you deal with the thing you're stuck on. I'll say I think they did an incredible job with, like, the difficulty level. Okay. Wait, well... Okay, so that's the difficulty part. This is the difficult part right here, okay? So, it kind of looks to me like we need to go left and then right? Like, get clear of the pipe, and then swerve to the right so I can get into the pipe. But, how can I do that when this is the point where I can swerve to the left? Turn back right after the thwomps? Like, should I have started going to the left a little sooner? And also, like, even if I do, by the time I'm, like, turning around, it's too late. Turn back right after the thwomps. I mean, I tried holding down right on that bit, like, a week or two ago, and it didn't work. So, I know that that's not quite it. But... ugh. Silksong's fantastic. It's phenomenal. I want to say, talk about Act 3, maybe in particular, a bit. But we'll do it after this level. And give y'all plenty of warning if you want to, like, mute. I'll say, I'm not gonna go into, like, major detail. I'm not going to, like, do... Last week, I think I did, like, 10-15 minutes of just, like, Act 2 spoiler talk. And I don't want to go that hard. I just want to say a few things about how I felt about Act 3 in general. But, I think it is the biggest Metroidvania that's ever been. I think that it is probably the best Metroidvania that has ever been. And I think that it is, delightful in so many ways. And, just, you know... I love the hell out of it. Like, top to bottom, it is definitely, like, up there as far as Game of the Year contenders go. And, like, truth be told, I am struggling a bit right now just thinking about it and Bonanza and going like, okay, but which one, though? Which one? The sequel to my favorite game of all time, Odyssey, and also my other favorite game of all time, Donkey Kong Country 2, or this other game that... You know, Hollow Knight I really enjoyed the hell out of, but definitely wasn't one of my favorite Metroidvanias. I'm kind of surprised that this ranks so highly. It's fucking great. And again, you know, the loop of exploring the world, finding new stuff, finding new bosses, while being scared, you know, and kind of lost is great. Once you get the hang of areas and you're just, like, dashing around at full speed, fearlessly, that's also fun. I love how you just, like, get a hold of the place, and then once... Get a handle on a place, and then once you do, it's just, like, so easy to just dash around and go really fast. Like, you know, compared to Hollow Knight 1, where you're basically always going to be walking, or, you know... even after you get a good feel of a place, it's just like, you know, really liberating and really good feeling. I hope there's some cut areas in Silksong. There was some cut areas in Silksong. I hope there's DLC for them. Yeah, I did watch the trailers the other night, and I did see, like, oh wow, there's just some stuff in the trailers that isn't in the full game as big as it was originally, which is interesting. I think you need to get falling as quick as you can from the falling blue platform. You activate. Get to the craters. Is there any way to, like, delay it? Yeah, I'm curious about Silksong DLC. Oh, by the way, also, I can just show... Here's my completion. It took me like 76 hours. 76 and a half hours. Funny thing is, I did see on Blue Sky a mutual of mine also finished the game in literally 4 seconds faster than I did. Their image of their completion card 4 seconds faster, which, hell of a coincidence, I thought. And, you know, what the hell? What are the odds of that? I hear some people got through it a lot faster. I don't know. I was definitely running around trying to get everything. You know, I definitely did look up some stuff, so, like, it could have taken me longer if I hadn't done things like check a guide to see, like, okay, how do I get through this bit? What the hell is the secret here? I don't get it. And go, oh yeah, I gotta do that, okay, you know. There's a certain part, I won't say, you know, the details, but it's like, you know, sort of a Lost Woods. Is that too much detail? That was one of the parts I had to Google. The Coral Forest, yeah. I mean, say no more, say no more. Yeah, there's definitely some potential for DLC. And, like, they did a bunch for the first game. I don't think I really, like, did all the DLC in the first game. I think I just got to the main ending, did the requirements for seeing the actual ending, and then, I'll say, honestly, I never beat the true ending of Hollow Knight. I found that the Radiant's too hard. But, did everything in Silksong, and I feel pretty good about that. Just a better feeling game, as well. 5 tries, let's go! How are y'all doing on Silksong? Have you gotten to Act 3? Have you 100%ed it as well by this point? I'll say I did have to, like, basically cut sleep to get it done, but man, Silksong is a game that makes you want to do it, you know? I traded a lot, I traded a lot of sleep for Silksong to get it done as fast as I did. And now I'm, you know, free and clear until Hades 2 comes out next week, which, you know, we'll talk about in a bit as well. I'll say I have a card for that, too. Are you not playing it at all, baby? You got 90% final boss? Very cool. Yeah, I definitely wanted to get everything before the final boss. Well, without spoilers, I'll say I did try to beat the final boss around 90% or something. And then, you know, I came back the next day and I said, okay, actually, let me go and do all the side stuff. Let me finish it off. I tried to finish it on Sunday and wasn't able then. And then went and did side stuff for a bit and then with 100% went and finished it. I would have absolutely went back and did the remaining percent. I say that, there's still some crap where I don't know where it is, and shit. You know, like I said, you don't need to get every artifact or whatever. You know, you don't need to complete the bestiary. Like, you don't have to do the unlock full entry on every bestiary bit. Last try, let's do it, let's go. This'll be it. Whew. Thought we were dead there for a quarter second. Now I know we're dead. Thank you for the level rock party. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. And go ahead and hit dismiss. And pull up the next one, which is by Nabbit Gaming. Nabbit, go ahead and confirm. Nabbit's been waiting since before the stream started, about a half hour before. So Nabbit ought to be good for it. Go ahead and get next in chat anyhow. Nabbit, I'm sure you're on point. I'm sure you're ready. Go ahead and say. Meanwhile, where's my Silksong spoilers button? Here it is. little bit of Silksong spoilers as far as Act 3 goes. I wanted to talk about it for a second. Jesus! No! Whew. Thank you, Root99, for the level, by the way. Hello. You can summon the Bell Beast anywhere way too late. Oh, I got that right at the start of Act 3. Act 3, I think it was a delightful. Also, we got Toadette as a change character thing. Hello. Yeah, so Act 3, to say what happens in Act 3 real briefly, there's a whole thing that happens, and, like, the world is re-corrupted by a like, amped up version of the threat from the first half. Things get really more dire than they ever did before, and it's fun and good. I really liked how it, by, like, powering up most of the enemies in the world, it took areas that you were already, like, pretty comfortable in, pretty okay just charging through, and made them dangerous again. I thought that was cool. It is, I think, a little bit sad that there weren't, you know, when I first, in Act 3, again, Act 3, Silksong spoilers, when I first went down to the basement, to the abyss, I was totally going like, oh man, could this be like a whole extra hub? Could there be, like, you know, a bunch more regions down here? And I'll say, like, DLC-wise, that is my hope for DLC. Like, man, like, take that abyss area and, like, expand it and do a bunch of biomes, like, way beneath the earth. I think that'd be rad as hell. But, you know, I will say that the third act did take me like 20 hours probably. The 3 spirits that you had to get were all cool, and you know, speaking of the coral area, the coral, what's it called? The coral, what did you call it, 06I? The coral forest. I was surprised in the coral bit for the Coral King how many enemies they made just for that specific area. You know, for detail, if anyone hasn't played it and isn't interested in playing it, there's a bit where you can, like, revive the spirits of dead warriors, dead fallen peoples, and there's, like, a whole coral culture, and you just have to go in there and beat a bunch of fights against, like, a bunch of drones, basically, which you've never seen before because they're from this dead kingdom. And I was just kind of shocked by, like, oh my god, you made like 10 different, 12 different, 15 different enemies? It feels like a lot of enemies. Maybe not, it's probably like 15 enemies, honestly. Just for this one sequence? Holy shit. And it's a really cool sequence, and once you finish it, you never see them again. They're just gone from the world, and it's like, holy shit. All that just for this one bit, which is beyond the place where most people will see. Most people might stop at Act 2. Oh my god, they really did so much work just to impress me, and my god, they did the trick. There were also other cool areas like Verdania and some other stuff I just didn't see until the end game, like the Forest of Wisps, or the Wisp area? I don't know. That was a whole thing. Worth noting as far as abilities go, the go up ability is really cool. Really like that ability. And also, like, the warp back to your Bell Beast ability. Oh my god, I love that. When I got that, I was like, oh my god. It was the first thing I did in the second half. I went to a station, my Bell Beast wasn't there, had to fight the Bell Eater. I didn't know you could avoid seeing that until later. Like, is the Bell Eater only at certain stations or something? Like, how does that work? Did you just not fast travel at all in that second part of the game, in that Act 3 06I? That's fascinating. Can't wait for the randomizer of Silksong whenever that is. I will want to start with that warp ability. Again, while I wish that the Abyss had more in it, there were still a bunch of areas that were new in the third act, a bunch of areas that you could go to for the first time. Oh, you just didn't know that the song did that thing. Oh, okay. You missed that prompt. Oh, that's too bad. It's one of the best items in the game, honestly, I think. Anyway, Act 3, I really loved the hell out of it. Managed to get through the final boss, of course. Can't wait to see what DLC they do. Oh, also, you know what's cool? Going up. Going up. You know what I mean? Going all the way up, you know what I mean? That bit was fun. That bit was neat. Wish there was more to it. That's another place where you could do DLC, maybe. I don't know. You could put DLC wherever. The world is so big and massive, and so many corners of it feel like, oh my god, there could be whole extra areas here, whole extra bits. There doesn't have to be, but man, if there was, it would be cool. I don't see Nabbit right now, actually. Let me, bring down the spoilers. Let's go ahead and punch this in and play the next level. Nabbit, if you're not here, you know, we'll have to do the thing. Okay, good. Nabbit's here. Fantastic. Maybe because I was talking spoilers, you were muted or something. Very good. Very good. Anyway, really loved all 3 acts. Each of them mixed things up, made things fresh, and I think that, you know, in the way that I think that this is the biggest Metroidvania that there's ever been, and I think that with stuff like with the way that it plays it is good for all those hours. It is wonderful. It is the best. It is, one of the most easy recommendations one can make, I think. Let's play this level. I wonder what they're gonna do for DLC. I heard they were doing it, and I was just kind of in disbelief because, like, the game is so huge and big. Again, it took me 70 hours that I kind of thought, like, oh, you know, this is like a one and done. This is, like, perfect. This is, like, what could you add? And I guess the answer is these Hollow Knight devs, Team Cherry. They're, you know, known to be out of their minds as far as, like, adding and adding and adding, and I guess that's, like, one of the reasons why the original Hollow Knight is so revered, that just, like... I watched a video about, like, the original Hollow Knight, and they were talking about, like, how the original game was made, and how the guy would just make enemies and just make, like... He was talking about how he can make an enemy in, like, a half hour, and will just, like, make several different enemies a day. And it's like, holy shit, no wonder there's, like, hundreds of enemies in these games. You know, it's just... Dude's a fucking workhorse. Like, oh my god. That's incredibly efficient. And he was talking about, like, oh, you know, at least for the first game, he just sort of made a sketch, and, once he makes a sketch, it's like, that's it. It's in the game, as in the sketch, like, literally one-to-one. There's not time enough to do revisions before he's making the sprites and just doing it. And I think that does lend the game a sort of, like, you know, I think it's great how the bugs have sort of a slightly unpolished look to them sometimes. They look a little weird, a little lumpy, a little, off, but that's... You know, I think part of the charm, that, like, we're literally looking at just doodles, like, first draft doodles, and that informs the final design because isn't that a fun way to do it? Yes, I think so. Thank you, Nabbit. We finished. Let me go ahead and, hit the thing. Hit the complete... 06I is up next. 06I is here. Excellent. Let me temper things real fast, though, and do some nitpicks. I will say I do have some nitpicks, and I feel like I've been meaning to mention the nitpicks for, like, the last few streams, and I've just been too enthused to bring up the nitpicks. As far as nitpicks go, I don't have any problem with the difficulty, per se. Like, I think the difficulty is great, and I also think that, you can always backtrack, and, What is this? It has a 0% clear rate. Probably, and says Vegas there. Probably some sort of RNG. Main nitpicks. Okay, here's nitpick number one. I think the map is too small. When I look at the map and I zoom in, it is still, all the corridors are way too fucking small. You know, I'll say, like, I did have LASIK like 5 months ago and my eyes are like 99% better. I don't think it's a LASIK thing. I don't think it's still recovering from it. I can read pretty good from my couch at this point. It's more just, I would like it to be larger. Switch 2 zoom feature came in handy. I'm using the Game Pass version on my Xbox, and fortunately, so I don't have that quality of life feature. That does sound like the solution to that, though. Happy for you. And if I get a second version, it'll be on this on the PC because I probably need it for the randomizer, right? I'll probably need it to randomize it when a randomizer comes out. So that's like my biggest nitpick, is just that it's just so hard to read the map sometimes. Second, I do think the camera can be a little shit sometimes, insofar as, you know, sometimes you're just moving downwards and you can't see what's below you without, like, actively looking. And it just feels like kind of a pain in the ass if you're literally moving nowhere but down, and it feels like the camera should be able to figure that out. But you're still, like, unable to see. Also, some cases where, like, there are some times where it's important that you don't balk, let's say, and, like, the camera is fixated on the station. What the hell is going on here? Do we have to get into one of these? There we go. I'm confused what's going on here, but okay. Huh? Don't understand. Oh. I think this is maybe, just unpleasant. It's RNG whether you can play the minigames. What? Okay. I see. That's probably why no one's finished it yet. Wow. Other nitpicks of Silksong. Yeah, there's some places where the camera gets all weird and fiddly, and, like, you know, as a result, you can lose out on some quests, let's say, because the camera isn't looking at the thing that you run into if you're not being careful, and it's just like, ah! You know, there's a certain mission which I believe even now has become somewhat infamous already with people who have gotten to that point, a certain Rashier. That bit in particular just... I went a certain route, and there were some certain things in that route that I could run into. Does it matter which pipe you go into? I can tell that the bottom pipes are maybe easier, but I went into one of the bottom pipes and it wasn't any good. Maybe I just need to get into one of them. Other things, I will say, it can be a pretty annoying that, like, tools require shards, and a little bit discouraging, you know? Like, if you're spending a bunch of time trying, hey, I think we can do this one this time. Hey, Freddy. Oh, jeez. If you spend a bunch of time... There we go. Fuck! I needed to do that pow! I didn't realize I needed to do the pow! I had the opportunity to do a minigame, but instead I'm dead. Instead I'm not dead, but I have to move on. I'm surprised that these POWs regenerate. I didn't think that they would. How come they regenerate? That's odd. Ugh. I like that one. Let's go left again. Cool, cool. We got into this bottom one. Let's go. Ah! That didn't work out. What other nitpicks are there that I have? I'll say I wasn't a big user of the like, abilities. You know, the main ones that you put on your main button. Like, I like tools and use those a bunch. Generally save my stuff, my meter for heals. That's not a problem, though. That's not really, that's not really that much of a criticism. It's just a statement of how I played the game. I think those might be the main things. Stuff like, you know, sometimes it's a little bit too dickish. You know, sometimes you really just need a little more information, you know? I do feel like... Okay, this is a nitpick. Okay, here we go. One thing I really liked in Bonanza is that at the end of the game, loan office, due to your credit score of 163, is that low? Your 1 coin loan is canceled. Oh crap! Okay, so there's like a 50% chance you die. So not only is it RNG that you get to play the minigames, but it's RNG whether you get to do a second round. So, can we get 101 minigame? How the hell? Well, shit. So, right now we have an opportunity to do a minigame, right? Right, we can jump through this, thing. Big provided, I know. Ooh. Ah! Hit the POW! Do the minigame! What the hell? I got 16 coins! Oh my god, what the hell was that? 700 is normal as far as credit goes. Oh yeah, well, that makes sense, yeah. Ah! And I live! Okay, we can do a second, minigame, then. Also, we know if we ever get the left path, we can just, die and do. What I was saying is that in Bonanza, at the end of the game, when you want to go for 100%, you just Google. Or you don't have to Google. Instead, you just pay a bunch of coins and you get some items that that show you the way. show you where the bananas are, etc. And that is just a nice way to, after you're done, like, exploring and ready to just, like, finish it off and go from there. Nice way to expedite that a bit. Whereas in Silksong, it's like, I'm going to a guide, and I'm looking at a big list of, like, 12 different, you know, where all the different mask shards are. Wait, you only get one try on each minigame? If you go in twice on the same minigame, you die? Oh my god. Wow, so you basically have to have perfect luck 4 times in a row, maybe. And also another 4 times, you know, you don't go into the area where the game kills you. God damn. I can see why this has 0 clears. Makes perfect sense. What's through the door? Ah, the loan office. Oh, we know that's death. Anyway, that part of Silksong, I think, is a little bit awkward as far as these things go. You know, it's like, okay, you know, you're just looking at an as list going like, did I get that mask piece? But also, you know, that's just the most minor nitpick. Like, yeah, it's not like in Zelda, there's like a, you know, 3D Zeldas, there's like a system for giving you hints on heart pieces. Like, what I'm basically asking for is something that's, you know, only the best games of all time, you know, Mario Odyssey and Donkey Kong Bonanza, have really been that good on. Like, every other game just, you know, doesn't bother. Here we go, second attempt. I got 0! I should just restart if I get 0. That's unworkable. It's not even worth it. I burned the room, and I got nothing for it. Nothing! This level is evil. Let's see what happens if we go to the end without the sufficient coins. It's the hotel. Okay, so in the hotel there's just a bunch of enemies. And, a door. Presumably this door leads to the exit. Let's just make sure we know what's over here before we earn 100 coins and then get to the end and fall into a fireball. Wealth, check. Okay, so we at least know once we have the coins. Once we have the coins, we can finish. 5 tries, let's go. Anyway, those are some nitpicks on Silksong. Again, I think the game is tremendous. I loved it. I just want to say, just to be 100% clear, Wait. Is this a timing thing? You have to time your bullet bill blaster such that it raises that shell up a level? Oh my god. Oh my god. These are evil. These are some of the most evil mini games I've ever seen. I mean, we're already dead, but we're on tries left, so we should at least see that, yeah, it went towards the death area. Okay. Should we just restart every time we run out, even if it costs us a life? If we bone a room? Probably. Probably. Again, like, even... There's like a 50% chance that a room is boned even before we go in it. Even before we try it. But also, I am perfectly capable of boning it on my own. I can bone it on my own, believe me. Believe me! I bone it on my own all the time. In this case... Oh god, it's this one again. Ready? Ready? Ah! I wasn't ready. Yeah, let's, I'm gonna start that one over. I mean, I think we waste any of them, it's just done. We need coins from every room. Which makes it... How the hell was this cleared? How many times did dude have to try it out? Repeatedly beaten it. We got this. We can get... Yeah, we got 20 coins, less than a fourth of the targets. Wow, you need to be really good on all the other games. Like, that's probably as good as you can do that one, too, right? And we're dead! It's like, what, a 1, 2, 3, a 6% chance, something like a 6% chance, 6.25% chance, 6.25% chance that you can play every minigame. There's also a 6.25 chance that you survive playing every minigame. They're two different chances, so what's 6.25% of 6.25? Beyond which, you have to use skill with the minigames, so... The maximum possible clear rate... 1 second. 5... to the squared. The maximum possible clear rate, assuming you had God Gamers, assuming you had Sunraku motherfuckers, is 0.39%. A 0.39% clear rate is the highest this level could ever have, assuming, you know, a TAS. Assuming a TAS bot came and, well, actually, maybe a TAS bot could mitigate the difficulty or the randomness. I'm not sure how randomness actually works in this game vis-a-vis TASes, but I got 6 coins from that minigame. Ugh. This level is perhaps one of the most evil I've seen in a minute. Like, good luck for the people trying to clear every level. They will have a fucking time of it with this one. A fucking time of it. Like, come on, this one's gotta be harder to clear than the, because in this one, again, it's a less than 1% chance you even have the chance to clear it. Oh, also you gotta remember what fucking room you went into. This is a 0.00%. That's right, that's exactly what it is. This is a 0.00, that is correct. No one has ever beaten it. It's, admittedly, like 30 people have tried it. It's not, not that many have tried it. This is our last go, our last attempt. Let's make it count. Well, we did 19. It does look like there's a time where those two are, like, lined up. Maybe you could get up to, like, 30. Like a really good toss. By the way, hey Vampirio, how you doing? I am not remembering what room I went into. I went into like lower left that time, right? So, or upper left this time ought to be good. Indeed, it is. I got another 10. Remember, there's 4 rooms and you need 100. You're good, you're fine. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We live another day. Let's try to, you know, I would like to, have a run where I do all the minigames. In fact, hey, so far, this is a perfect run. This is like a 6% chance right now. We were able to do all the minigames. It's like half of a 6% chance right now. It's like a 3% chance right now. We're now able to do this minigame for the first time. Aren't we blessed? I guess the minigame is you drop a coin randomly, and if you're lucky, you find a block with more than 1 coin in it. I was not lucky. Shit! Ass! 1 coin! How am I supposed to work with 1 coin here? Again, this run is about as perfect as we could ask for. We've survived. We've had the minigames all be playable. Like, this is the closest. This is the definition of a beatable run. Oh, we lost the randomness this time. And for what it's worth, 42 coins would not have been enough to finish anyway, so... yeah. Let's just see. Would we have survived? Yes, we would have. We got 7 out of the 8 random RNG checks here. And yet it wasn't enough. Wasn't even close. Not even close. Unless those guys have some money. Maybe there's a way to, like, get to a secret area or something. I don't know. But the important thing is, we're out of lives, so it's time to move on. Thank you, 06I, for the lovely level you found for us. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. That was brutal, I agree. Brutal. One of the most evil levels I've ever seen, perhaps. vanishingly evil. Hello, Coco, how you doing? Get those levels in there, folks. The queue is open as hell. Lot of possibility. I mean, I'll say you don't have to if you don't want to. If you don't have levels, don't have new ones, don't have more of them. Freddy is here, fantastic. But I always appreciate having a nice amount of levels in queue. Do another card. Yes, let's do another card. I started replaying Hollow Knight. I got Hollow Knight on Steam so that I can do a randomizer sometime. And I decided to just start replaying it. Like, I think it was like yesterday. And have gotten a bit into it. I'll say I'm like, I just beat Hornet. Just beat Hornet. I've gone into like the fungal area near Queen Station, and I'll say, man, I feel like playing Hollow Knight again really reaffirms that, yeah, Silksong is just an order of magnitude better than it. Like, I mean, I'll say I did watch some very interesting videos detailing the way in which it's structured, and the way in which, like, oh boy, this one again. Is this actually a new one, actually? This is different from the one we've seen before with this basic thing. Let's go, 12 minutes on the clock. I'm having fun, though. It's alright, and, the thing I really feel is that it is a lot slower than Silksong. Both insofar as you have no run button. You have no run button. The best you can do is like a charm that makes your dash a little bit more spammable, but like not that much more spammable. It's still not like that much faster. You kind of, you know, the dash in Hollow Knight, I feel like, is about as much faster as backflipping is in Ocarina of Time. You know, it's like, yeah, I guess it is technically faster, but I can't fucking tell the difference. It's a slight, it's an incredibly slight thing in that game. Silk Speed's anklets are good. Oh yeah, that's really good too. Yeah, there's like an item that gives you a big speed boost in that. Meanwhile, I loaded up my clear save from when I got pretty far, you know. I did like 90% of Hollow Knight in like 30 hours apparently. I think that was last year. Loaded up that save and tried on the speed boost item. The speed boost trinkets, charm, whatever they're called. And it's not that much faster, and also you have to like walk for a bit before your walk is upgraded to like a fast walk. Like, I think the knight moves slower than this, and that's a walk, you know. Oh, there we go. I ducked and that helped. The knight kind of just peters along, and you know, that's fine for when you're like playing deliberately and you're like trying to attack every enemy. But if ever you like want to just rush through an enemy, an area, try to get back to your corpse, try to get back to your thing, it's like kind of inconvenient how slow and plodding the knight is. I feel like that is definitely something that makes Hollow Knight a lot less, a lot harder to get into, and also a lot slower. And I think a way that is like meaningful and stuff. I'll say again, you know, I watched a video about like how the whole world is built, and how like, you know, after apparently you get to like the wall cling ability in Hollow Knight, you can basically go and do like 12 different biomes, or like, you know, like basically half the map opens to you at that point, and there's no wrong answer on where to go, and you know, wherever you go, you'll open up new routes that might allow you to do other things in unexpected ways, and that all is pretty damn cool. You know, and I don't know that, like, Silksong can really match that insofar as, like, how many secondary routes are you opening? How much... You know, I guess like the speedrunners would know that better than anyone, how much potential routing there is in Silksong, but I'll admit that, like, yeah, Hollow Knight might have the edge there as far as, like, all the opportunity that unlocks when it becomes non-linear all of a sudden. But running around, as far as, like, obviously it's a bigger game, Silksong is, but also, you could just run through the whole thing, and that's just... I love running. I love going fast, and it's just a lot more limiting in Hollow Knight. I'm not sure I'll continue playing that much, honestly. Honestly, maybe the answer is, instead of just replaying it from scratch, maybe I should just go back in and do, like, the DLC stuff that I never got to do any side stuff. I think I was, like, at, like, 90% of that first game. So, like, I could go back in there, I could beat the final boss, I could figure out what's going on with, like, Godhome. Is Godhome... I saw in the video, apparently Godhome is, like, some sort of boss rush. I guess... You know, I don't need to do a boss rush of that game, it just would be interesting. I don't know how interested I am in a boss rush, I guess. As far as, like, content goes, it's like, yeah, I really don't know if I could manage that. I could give it a go, though. I'll say, like, going back to Hollow Knight after beating Silksong 100%, the first couple bosses, real easy. Like, I remember Hornet giving me some trouble. Fucking first try, you know? Not a problem. Getting through things a lot cleaner. I'll tell you the thing I don't like most about Silksong, just like, or about Hollow Knight, replaying it from scratch after Silksong, which is that the heal ability in Hollow Knight just starts a lot shittier than Hornet's thing. You know, obviously Hornet, the trade-off with Hornet's thing is that she can heal 3, but she needs a full meter. But she can also do it in the air, and she can also do it, like, faster than the Knight does 1 pip of health. You know, and I just think it is kind of suck-ass every time you need to find time to heal. It's just, you know, it's just kind of unpleasant in a way that does make it rewarding to upgrade, I'll say. I remember getting the tokens, the abilities, the charms in the first game that, like, 1, speed up your heal, and 2, make you into a little maggot as you're, like, healing so you can, like, you know, dodge attacks a little bit. Those 2 things are nice to have, and, you know, the fact that it is a little bit crap to begin with. Hey, we got here for the first time, let's go! Let's continue going. That was good, though. That was a good attempt. The fact that it is a little crap to begin with, these first couple jumps, they're the hardest ones. Hey, we did it again! Immediately the next try. We're getting it down, we're getting it down. The fact that, like, it is crap to begin with does make it more rewarding to upgrade it, but the good one in Silksong, it starts out good, and then it gets better. I like that more. I like it when the game feels good from the start, and then it continues to feel good, only it feels better once you get, like, a couple of things, you know? I'm very curious to get into Hollow Knight Randomizer, and, like, I have been watching some videos about all the lore and stuff, which I do feel like sometimes, you know, this sort of lore stuff is a little bit overblown. Like, yeah, any game can have lore. You know, like, I could probably tell you some stuff I know about the Kremling core, you know? The source of all Kremlings. And talk about that for 10 minutes. Doesn't make it, you know, significant. But I do think that Hollow Knight's design kind of lent itself to that sort of stuff, right? Like, Hollow Knight is designed as a game where it's a big, massive, unknowable world with complexity that is just like, beyond the scope of the game, which is done intentionally to give the impression of like a massive world and like bigger than you. In other words, like the Hollow Knight people, Team Cherry, have said that like, yeah, secrets in games that only some people find make the world feel richer. And in the same way, little lore details that aren't quite fully baked, I think, do the same thing. People find them, obsess over them, and like try to put the pieces together, which, I would suspect that like, there's not like a complete guide out there for like what the answers are, but giving the impression of a big mystery to unravel adds a lot to like the exploration aspect of a big, weird, lost kingdom to discover, Anyway, I got nothing else going on as far as games go right now, so I think I'll, play more Hollow Knight for, like, the next week. Like I said, I got it on Steam just because, the randomizer. I wish I could have gotten it on Switch for the portability sake. I did try, there's like, win later based things on the on retro handhelds now that like connect to Steam and then use win later, an Android to Windows emulator, to try to emulate games. I'll say I was able to get Hollow Knight working on one of them, but it was working asterisk. Every time there was like movement, it was just like the worst V-Sync issues you ever seen. Like, each horizontal line was moving individually, basically. It was, like, milliseconds off each other. It looked like, on a display, if you had, like, You ever see, like, an image that is Y interlaced? Or 1080i... Ugh. An interlaced image that isn't properly being, like, laced. It looked like that, with, like, each individual line being, like, off-sync with each other. And just looked bizarre, unplayable. Which is fine, I should maybe install Moonlight, that's the answer. One of those, like, PC2 retro handheld streaming things. That's probably better to do than, trying to emulate PC games, honestly. Like, it's just not really a viable option, I don't think. But anyway, that's damn cool. That was Hollow Knight talk. Did y'all like Hollow Knight talk? Hope no one is put off by my... I'll say I really loved Hollow Knight when I played it, let me say. It's just kind of pales in comparison to Silksong. I'll be curious going forward if, like, how people feel about these two games, right? I saw Yahtzee of Fully Ramblematic, Second Wind. He was describing Silksong as, like, Hollow Knight DLC. That's unfair. It is, a sequel in every way, shape, and form. There are sequels out there that are much more DLC-like. Like, Mario Galaxy 2 is much more DLC-like than Silksong. Silksong is a fully fledged sequel with tons and tons of major improvements and actually, like, twice as much content as the original, I think. I mean, maybe he was more saying that insofar as, like, the difficulty starts pretty hard, which, okay, yeah, it's like a Dark Souls type game. It's supposed to be kind of difficult, I think. Get good, as they say, in the parlance of our times. Get good! I liked Mike Minotti on Blight Club. Last week, he went off on Silksong in a clip that I really enjoyed, where he just went, stop whining, you know, it's not that hard. Play Silksong, stop whining. Get good. God damn it. And, I thought that was a good bit. I liked him saying it, because it's true. It's true and he should say it. We should all say it. But, you know, the other thing I'll say is that you can also just, like, explore more and get more power-ups and all that, and maybe then you won't have to get good. You'll just, be better equipped, and that's just as good. Thank you, Freddy. Let me go ahead and hit this miss. Hey, Starboy, what's up? Thanks for the level. Again, always, thank everyone for the level. You know, I haven't said yet when the lightning round will be. Let's say, 7:45. Let's say 7:45 Central Time. That is 25 minutes from now. We'll go for a bit until then. Maybe 8. I think I do have a lot of cards tonight, including a bunch of anime, what ended this week, so, you know, get ready for that. That's, I think, a couple cards away. Looking forward to Hades 2. Oh, by the way, Rock Party, please go ahead and confirm. Has Rock Party said anything in the last couple of minutes? Rock Party is probably good for it. Just say the word, Rock Party, you know what to do. Looking forward to Hades 2. That is less than a week away. I am really jazzed. I'll say, as far as Hades goes, I was thinking recently about, Dead Cells and Rogue Prince of Persia. And why I was looking at Rogue Prince of Persia and going like, you know, I'm not really feeling like getting into it, doing the thing that it requests of me, exploring every level carefully to get as much stuff as you can before moving forward. And it just occurred to me, like, I think one of the major best things that Hades does right. Here's what I think. A great thing about Hades is that each run is fast. You know, like in Dead Cells, it can be fun to scour every map, to get every power-up, to look closely at everything you could get and go like, okay. Or go, no, doesn't fit my build. Something like that. Ooh, let me get another power-up and some money and some more of this and some more of that. A great thing about Hades, though, is that the rooms are of a set length, you know? You beat them, you fight them, you beat them, you're done. Meanwhile, a roguelike like Spelunky or Dead Cells is like, oh, you could spend an hour in each world if you want. Well, not in Spelunky. In Spelunky, you know, there's like a timer, and once the timer is up, it's like, get the fuck out, the ghost is coming. But, you know, there's a difference between, like, jamming through it in 5 seconds and spending a whole full 2 minutes, 3 minutes trying to complete it. And I think a key thing about Hades is that, no, you beat the stage, you pick a door, and then there's another stage, and then there's another door, and then you pick doors, you pick stages. There's no way to speed it up. There's no way to slow it down. It is the length that it takes every time. Maybe it can be a bit longer or a bit shorter depending on, like, what doors you take. And, of course, it can be a little... I'm pretty sure, like, it is of fixed length. Is it of fixed length in Hades? I forget. I mean, I know in Hades you could definitely, like, take extra doors in the, like, the last area of the game if you want to get more items and stuff. But the point is, like, the pacing is very nice and swift. Each run doesn't take any more time than it takes to beat the levels themselves. And the decision-making is more important than just, like, how much you scour. There is no scouring in Hades, just runs and decision-makings. You make runs at a run, and I think that is, I think that's one of its, like, best aspects that people don't think about that much, and probably the reason why it's, like, one of the last really good roguelikes. Hey, Rock Party, perfect. That'll do. That'll do. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's say 8 o'clock for the lightning round. Let's say 8 o'clock. Central Time. I have no idea what Hades 2 is like. You know, maybe they did add some backtracking. I honestly don't know. I imagine it's a lot like Hades 1, but with new characters, new NPCs between runs, new progression systems, weapons, etc. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they have some new sauce in between levels, or in levels, or challenge-wise, some new ideas, some new mechanics, etc. In addition to just like, yeah, we took all the stuff that was in the first game, and we sort of re-jazzercised it, you know? We sort of did like a Silksong on it. We took the stuff, and we changed the character. You know, it's like a Shovel Knight DLC. I don't think that'll be it. I think there's more than that. I trust that team, and I think that people seem pretty hot on it. I'm very curious. I'm very curious. And very excited. Hades 2. Next week. Let's fucking go. That was close. That was a close one. There's also, of course, the characters, the progression. You know, I think that pacing-wise, it's not just that every run is really swift and fast and punchy, and really just gets to the point. And also the upgrades are interesting and compelling, and there's always, like, the couple of hammers. You know, there's, like, the good upgrades, where once you get them every run, you're like, ooh, this changes everything. You know, and that's typically the hammer. That is the hammer in the first game. You're always looking for the hammer, and always making sure you're getting that whenever it's offered, because, come on, it's the hammer, for God's sakes. I'll say in Hades, there are some things you can change up, right? Some risk-reward. As far as, like, decision-making goes. You can play a harder level to get better stuff. It's not like in other roguelikes, you know? It's not like, oh, you can scour more to get the hard stuff. You have to challenge yourself with a difficult mini-boss or something to get the extra big boons, if I recall. And that is just the way to do it. Hey, Jose. How you doing? Ah! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Anyway, again, excited as hell. Looking forward to that next week. Like I said up top, there will be a stream on Hades 2 Day. I will be playing it for the first time, and playing just that. It'll be just Hades, probably for like, you know, a bunch of hours. We'll do a bunch of runs. And if it's anything like Hades 1, I imagine, like, between every run, it'll offer us new weapons, new perks, new... You know, it stays fresh. It stays fresh. Do you have fall anime mapped out? Not at all. I'll say, Rock Party, I got, like I said, we're going to do, I got 8 anime that I finished this week that I want to talk about later. Like, I think maybe the next card, even, is the start of that. After I get through those cards, maybe the one after. I think it's the one after. After I get through those cards, I have one that just says, like, hey, let's look at the next season of anime, so I will pull up my phone and look at the season of anime. So, yeah, that's coming up. Do I have it? Let me see if I can connect my phone. I neglected to connect my phone to my PC so as to capture it for the stream. I might have to do a thing on the computer real fast. It's not a big deal. Oh, it's fine. It's good. Okay, perfect. I think that iOS 26 stuff, by the way, speaking of phones, looks kind of nice. I don't know. Whenever I see something that's different or new in iOS, I go, ooh, that's cool. That's interesting. I don't know if there's been anything in particular that I've had the opposite reaction to, you know, like, that's, I don't like that as much. But, generally pretty positive on iOS, 26 so far. Second half, let's go. Second segment. There's probably a third segment as well. Wait. Why didn't the bot respond? Jose, why? That's funny. Let me check what's going on with the bot, Jose. One second. That's really weird that the bot didn't respond to that. Let me just... yeah, the bot didn't see that. That's weird. Did the bot see that Streamlabs message? No. Yes, it did. That's very strange. Hang on, Jose. Let me try submitting it for you. There you go. You can try again yourself if you want. I don't know what happened there with the bot. Apologies. The bot, I guess, sometimes it's maybe weird. It looks like it just didn't get it to the application. That one message. How would that be? What the hell is that? Again, apologies. I think I have one more gaming card. One more gaming related card. Add. Yeah, try again, please. Thank you. I think I have one more gaming card. Yes, that's right. I have a voucher expiring before Metroid Prime 4. This is sort of an awkward thing. I went to the eShop today, thinking like, oh crap, do I have a voucher? Just to look if I could pre-order Metroid Prime 4 and, you know, use a voucher if I had it. And I found out, A, I do have a voucher, B, it expires before Metroid Prime 4 comes out, so I cannot use it on Metroid Prime 4, nor any game that I'm, like, particularly interested in, actually. Yeah, any Switch 1 games coming before December? There's Pokemon. Mine expires in November, I think. November 10th, I think I saw. So I could get Pokemon Y plus A to Y, A to Z, whatever that's called. I'll say I didn't like the first Pokemon Legends, so I don't really want it. That would be a shame. As far as other options go, I think I've got most of them. Hang on, after this level, we'll pull up that, I'll pull up that, voucher thing, and we'll just look at the options real fast and see if there's any that stand out to us, because, like, I've basically bought every game that I really want. If that makes sense. Basically bought every game that I really want, so... yeah, what the hell do I do next? What the hell? Let's, by the way, as far as lightning round goes, let's keep regular round going until anime time is over, so we'll, probably go maybe a bit later than 8. Didn't you try to complete that level like 400 times? I've been playing this level for a while, so yes, I have probably put in 400 attempts on it. I wouldn't be surprised. It's a hard level. Silksong ain't as hard as this, I'll say. I don't think. What do you think? What is harder? Silksong or this level? Clear rate-wise, Silksong probably has more people clearing it. I mean, I definitely saw on Xbox, like, the achievements, right? And they were very low when I got to like 100% stuff, right? Like, very few percent of players have gotten where I am in Silksong yet, but a lot more of them have than have the clear rate on this level. Not taking into account attempts, though, admittedly. It's probably not a fair comparison. Silksong High Halls Gauntlet. High Halls! This is harder than High Halls. Harder than High Halls. This is harder than High Halls, folks. Look. High Halls was hard as hell, but I did beat it. I did beat it. You know, eventually. On the millionth try. And also, like with High Halls, it's basically just one part that was giving me trouble. The last part. There's a lot of parts on this level that are giving me trouble. Oh yeah, also, it's not the end. This is not the end, it's there's like a third segment, I'm pretty sure. As far as the High Halls comparison goes, this is harder. Are there Mario Maker levels? What is the clear rate, you think, of a High Halls? For like a level on the level of High Halls, are we talking like 1%? Are we talking like attempt it for a day and then you get it? I guess the question is, what kind of level takes an hour to finish? Or 2 or 3? This, I think, takes more than that. Maybe I'm also bad. And also I'm restarting and starting from the start every, you know, time I play it. Which is also true of High Halls. I'm trying to be vague and not talk specifics as far as what High Halls is, by the way. If you know what High Halls is, you know what High Halls is. Is High Halls the main, like, hard Silksong moment of record? People also talk about the Lost Judge. Fuck. The Last Judge. I think High Halls is the hardest bit, though. I would definitely say, just game-wide, I think that was the thing I struggled on the most. Yeah. It also could be a matter of equipment, like, I did not have the best tools for that particular time. The best upgrades, whereas, like, for some of the last bosses, I totally did have fully kitted out to everything. And ultimately, I did do a bunch of exploring before beating High Halls, and that exploration gave me the tools I needed to beat it. You know, there's no exploration you can do here that'll make this level easier. You know, there's nothing you can do here other than get good. There's a purity to it. High Halls comparison made. Let's move on. We have one life left. High Halls comparison is a pretty decent stream title. That's just a pretty decent stream title. Kind of reminds me of, like, or, you know, VOD title, you know. Kind of reminds me of the one a while ago. Like, earlier in like, the first half of the year, there was one stream, one VOD, Sunraku situations, Sunraku moments, where, like, the idea was, like, oh, this is a level so hard, you'd have to be some sort of Sunraku to beat it. Sunraku from the anime, Shangri-La Frontier. Pro gamer ass motherfucker. You'd have to be that dude to do it. Good reference. Topical as well. Yeah, can't go wrong with that as a title. I think I'll probably make that comparison more throughout the stream to really sell it. But I don't have to. I could just have that be it, and it would still be called that, and it would still be fair game, I think. Good. I like it when a title is already picked out as good as, like, I don't have to say anything particularly funny anymore. I'm set. I'll continue to say funny things. Don't y'all worry. I'm being facetious. Now you can do it, Rock Party. I just hit the button. I just try it again as soon as you can. It takes me like a fraction of a second to hit the dismiss after I hit the dismiss. You know. Takes a second. Let's real fast. Route 99, you are up, by the way. Has Route 99 chatted in a second? Route 99 is on the YouTube side. Route 99, go ahead and say whenever's good. Let me hit next and put that in chat. Let me see. So, Route 99 says here. Excellent. Let me see. So, I have... Where does this show your vouchers? Nothing here is bad. Yeah, okay, so I could click here. Let's look at these vouchers real fast, see what we got, see what options there are. If I hit redeem, here are the options. So Metroid Prime 4 is an option, but if I click it, it says it cannot be used with that voucher because that voucher expires before it comes out. So that's fucked. I can do it with Legends Z to A. That does come out before my voucher expires, but I don't know if I want it. Other options, fitness boxing, the DLC for Jamboree turned out to be pretty shit. Don't really want that. I don't love Luigi's Mansion 2. I'm not that interested in that. Could get Mario versus Donkey Kong. I had that game on GBA. It was alright. That's like a pretty strict remake of it. Wouldn't be a bad choice if no others are here that really speak to me. Kirby games are a thing. I'm not really interested in Fire Emblems other than the one that's about to come out. Mario Strikers, I'm not really a big Pokemon remake guy. Never actually had one, honestly. One option that did occur to me, like, as far as, like, content goes, is, as a big Paper Mario fan, it might be interesting content-wise to try out Origami King. You know, considering I'm a big fan, but I hated Sticker Star. I'd be curious if I hate this as well, or if I find it just sort of mid, or did they make it good? I could find out with my voucher if nothing else is on the table, but I don't know. It does. I don't love the idea of paying money for something that's mid. You know, it's mid. It's mid. Okay. Yoshi's Crafted World. Speaking of mid, that's an option. Like, what should I vouch? What do you think? Is there any, like, obvious choice here? Star Allies, I heard, is Star Allies like the best game that I haven't purchased, that I haven't vouched, other than the Xenoblades, which I'm not interested in? I have a physical copy of Splatoon. You know what? Maybe this is it. Maybe I get a digital copy of Splatoon 2, because fuck a physical copy. I also have a physical copy of ARMS. I could go with a copy of ARMS. Metroid Prime Remastered Peak. Yeah, I got that already. I'm good. There's 1-2 Switch. I could get 1-2 Switch. Pokken Tournament. You could probably get ARMS on sale. I can't imagine. Is ARMS full price all the time? Also, I don't care about ARMS. I don't know. Return to Dreamland is better than Star Allies? Wow, I don't think I mean, I haven't heard that much about either game, honestly. But I remember there being a lot of DLC for Star Allies, and people seem pretty interested in it at the time. Or is it not as compelling as I thought it was? Comments, chat, etc. if you have ideas for what I should vouch. Feel free to give me guidance. I don't know. Let's do this level. Also, I believe, let me check my my thing. Yeah, anime time should be next. Anime time is next. After this level, we'll start delving into some anime. I got 8 shows that finished, and like I've been doing in recent seasons, I'm going to be doing them 3 at a time. So we'll get through it in 3 pulls. So you all don't have to worry. It's not going to be like most of the stream or nothing. Just 8 shows. Just 8 shows. A lot for most people, I think. But for me, not that much. Let's do this. We're looking for hidden mushrooms. Well, 20 of them. I don't know if they're hidden or what, but we need to find 20. Let's go. Seems pretty generous, seems pretty nice. What else? What else? Yeah, I don't know about that whole voucher situation. You know, the last thing I want to have happen is for it to expire, right? Like, that's the worst case scenario. I was really expecting some game to come out, and maybe one did, but I didn't buy it using my voucher. You only saw Kirby and Origami King? I'm not a huge Kirby person, honestly. I don't know that I'd actually play that. Origami King, I think, would at least be interesting content-wise. You know, like, I could absolutely do a stream where I fuck around and find out. Honestly, I could do another stream where I play Sticker Star again. I did one a while ago, and that was the only time I ever did, like, a subathon type scenario. You know, where the gimmick was, oh, I play for the amount of levels that I had subs at that time. And, it's at least 20, so we don't need every single one. Good, okay. And, like, I think we did 7 levels, and it was miserable. You know? Like, I don't want to do that as content, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I guess if I were to do that as content, it might be better content to do the worst one, the first one. Or, hey, you know, there's definitely other bad games that are possibly good content, like Sonic 06 and Yooka-Laylee. Maybe Yooka-Laylee. I'll say, plan is right now for Extra Life is Yooka-Laylee Remastered, Yooka-Replaylee. And I'll be very curious if they fucking salvage that game. And also, there'll be incentives to let me play a better game. That'll be a fun thing. I'll say I'm not sure 100% what I'm doing for the streamiversary. I had some ideas for like a bunch of small things I could do, but I don't know. I do like a stream that just has one solid single idea. Sometimes, like, that is just more fun and more easy to justify, explain, to encapsulate in a stream name and thumbnail than, hey, here's a stream with 5 different things that I'm doing 1 hour after the next. I need to think about that, but, you know, I have like 2 months to decide on everything, so I'm in no hurry, honestly. The one thing I can't do is not spend it. I need to spend that voucher because I paid for it, damn it. So sad that they're going away. That was a great program, but you know, guess it's just the Switch. I guess the thing was with the Switch, the Wii U went so badly. They thought they needed every advantage they could, so they spec'd accordingly. They you know, saved as much money as they could there, so they had the best possible like price value type proposition. They you know, did the voucher and things like it to make sure that people were able to buy a bunch of games, and you know, did other things throughout that made the Switch a big success. But now the Switch is a big success, so they don't need it as much. I don't know. I wish that I could do it on Tomodachi or Rhythm Heaven, but those are next year. Like, those ones would be the ideal ones to vouch, honestly. But, again, not until next year. This is fun. Fun level. It's long and difficult, but not unforgiving. Very doable. Fuck. There are guys in that hole, so I cannot get into that hole. This will have something good. I'm 5 short. Oh shit. Let's backtrack. Hopefully find 5 more? Gotta be kidding. There's one. It said at least, so there are extras somewhere. Once that guy gets in there, that one's fucked. I'm not sure where our... Oh, there's 2 of them. I feel like we've looked at this whole damn level. We can now get that one that was impossible to get earlier, if only by using a damage boost. So that adds 1 possibility, but you need 2 more. And also, we have to get there without taking a single hit. What are the odds of that? Oh, that's convenient. Oh, damn it! Wait. Bonus hidden room! Beautiful. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, God. Is this a good place to be? It's fine. Okay. Don't put the hand up too early. See, if that guy had just fell on my head, it would have been... I would have been dead. We have 100 seconds. There we go! Alright. Well, we did find the secret room that gives you infinite mushrooms, so... infinite one-up, so... we would have been able to, do it either way, you know, on another try or whatever, but... I still feel pretty good about that, considering, like, how, long that one, takes to get to the end there. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete, and... Silksong I is up next. Anime time! 3 pulls. Pull 3 for the next 3 pulls. That's right, we're doing some anime talk for now, and that means I need to do some 3 pulls right here. Ready? Basically, there's 8 animes I finished this week since the last stream, and we're gonna talk about them 3 at a time. Okay, let's go. Ready? I have finished Rent-A-Girlfriend Season 4. I have finished Reborn as a Vending Machine, I Now Wander the Dungeon, Season 2. And I have finished Clevites. Let's look at these fancy cards, what I have. There we go. Rent-A-Girlfriend Season 4. I think it's not quite as exciting and good as Season 3, but I did find it to be oddly compelling. It was like a train wreck that, it was just like an escalating perfect storm of drama, a train wreck in the making, and pretty much all perpetuated by Mommy, who has been always a ongoing villain in the show, basically. But more than ever, this season, she was just fucking out there orchestrating huge fucking drama in a way that, you know, you just want someone to call her out on, basically. And, well, I'll say I was a little disappointed insofar as, like, it didn't like finish that story off. Like, it sort of ends in the middle of that story, cliffhanger-wise, which just made me go like, okay, come on. Like, you can't leave me like this. But I do think it is generally a decent sign if something has you more or less, like, riled up such that you're like, come on, I want to see what happens. You know, and they do string you along plenty good and amp up the drama plenty well. I give it a 5 out of 5. That cliffhanger sure is a frustrating one. Insofar as, like, yeah, no, I want to see what happens next. Reborn as a Vending Machine Season 2, I feel like, has just become a less interesting show than it was the first season. I really loved the first season, in fact. I gave it, like, the best score I possibly could. A 5 out of 5, and also with a heart. Insofar as, like, yeah, I was really impressed by, like, how it made being a vending machine into a viable RPG isekai, where he was, like, you know, selling drinks and then using the proceeds of those drinks to invest in new skills that, would help him sell more product. Basically, it was like a shopkeeping RPG in effect, but like, towards the end of the first season, and especially here, I do believe it started to even in the first season, it had started to fall off a little bit by the very end, and to get into some just boring like, oh yeah, well, maybe a vending machine, but I'm doing the most boilerplate normal isekai stuff in the world. And this season was all pretty much 90% half-baked regular isekai, basically. It was just them running around being like, oh, we gotta fight monsters and the demon lord, and very little like it mattered very little that he was a vending machine this season, in a way that I found pretty like sad. It's just like the show doesn't have very well animated action. It doesn't have villains who are like fleshed out and good. Sometimes it'll do like a weird backstory thing, and that'll leave that into a half-baked big encounter, which just made me roll my eyes and go like, you haven't sold me on this foot fetish man, actually, so shut up. His half-baked backstory has not sold an emotional moment here. Thank you. And I found that to be mid at best, honestly. I will say I still like some of the characters. Some of the girls are cute and charming and fun a little bit. And, occasionally it does some vending machine stuff. Sometimes it comes out to a 3 out of 5 on average, I think. Not great, but I don't know if I'll watch the third season. I think I might be done with vending isekai. Finally, Clevites is fucking amazing. One of the best shows of the season. 5 out of 5 with a heart. The concept is amazing. The concept is that there's this big fucking beast. Basically, in this world, the realms of men are like penned in by monsters on all sides, right? And the humans go and try to challenge the monsters, and they all get slaughtered. And then the monster says like, the monster, whose name is Clevites, says like, what the fuck is up with these humans? They seem to have changed a bit in the last 1,000 years. I'm gonna go find out what the fuck's up with the humans. And takes a reincarnated hero, like sort of like resuscitates one of the dead heroes to be his servant, and goes to explore the human realm and figure out what the fuck's going on, and if he should just like, end the whole thing, if he should just get rid of humanity and kill them all to a man. And I think it's a great premise for a start, and then like they continue fleshing out the world. Like, the thing is, Clevites finds so much fucked up stuff going on. Like there's really involved local politics going on. There's weird magics that they've invented all of a sudden that no one quite understands how work. There's like unstoppable swords forged in a royal forge. There's people who are perverting the difference between man and beast, basically doing weird stuff there, and just it keeps on expanding the world and making things more interesting, while also going in tons of great unexpected and exciting places. Just a roller coaster throughout, insofar as just like, oh yeah, twists and turns just right up until the end. You never know where it's gonna go next. Somehow it's just like the least predictable thing in the world. And also, the action is extremely good and cool and well set up. And, second season school arc sounds good. Yeah, I'm not 100% clear what's gonna happen there, but that sounds like it left off in a good place as well. Did they announce a season 2? They better get a season 2 of Clevites. If there's one show that I finished this week that I really super want a season 2 of, Clevites is probably number 1. Though there are some others that definitely should get more, and probably will, because they're that good, Okay, that's 3 anime. Let's play the next level. Clevites is just so fucking good. There is? Excellent. Okay. I loved Clevites, and you know, I think it is definitely one of the best fantasy action things in a while. The name could be a little sharper, you know, it's just the name of the main character, of the main monster, but yeah. There's also a thing that it does where the flashback scenes are shown in like a retro old style anime style, which is fine. Just know when you're starting the show up that like it's supposed to look a little bit booty. Wait until it's in the present, and then it'll look really nice and good. Let's do the level. Let's go. This is Save the Sun. So we gotta save the sun. Oh, I see. Here's what we gotta do. We gotta make sure the sun... Ow! We gotta make sure the sun doesn't touch any of the spinies. So if we go too far... sort of have to go left and right to maneuver it around. Make sure that it's not touching anything bad. And we need to move while it's going under. This is very interesting. I've never seen anything like it! Oh, I think here we need to make him go to the left. Never seen anything like this. Good. This is very cool. Very original concept. I've often said we see new things every week. And I gotta say, yes, we see new things every week. New ideas, new gimmicks, hitherto unknown. What? I'm a little confused what we do here. How can we... That part is difficult. I will say, with those last 3 shows that I talked about, I do feel like Rent-A-Girlfriend gets a worse rep than Rent-A-Girlfriend. A lot of people are really negative on for pretty reasonable reasons. Like, I mean, I'll say, like, sometimes I hear the explanations and I say, like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The reasons why you say you don't like it. I don't know. I do think generally Rent-A-Girlfriend's gotten better as it went. Like, peaking a little bit with Season 3. Season 4, I don't think quite is as good as Season 3, but I do think it continues doing about as much as it can do with the drama in play. I wish we weren't timer-based right now, then I could pause and be like, okay, let's bring out another 3. Another 3 anime, you know? And then we could, have something to talk about fresh and nice. But instead, we'll just, hold out and play the level. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Honestly, like, this season has had a Rent-A-Girlfriend and also Cuckoo's. Rent-A-Girlfriend might have had a stronger season than Cuckoo's, but I don't know. I think there's arguments either way. They're about on the same level this season. I would say Cuckoo's and Rent-A-Girlfriend. I do think, you know, in that case, Cuckoo's is the case where I was actually a lot more strong on the first season of Cuckoo's. I think it started stronger. I think in a lot of cases with anime, there's somewhat of a diminishing returns, you know? Where, like, Season 2 comes out, and I'm kind of just like, okay, well, this isn't quite doing it anymore. And it's no fault of its own. What the... If I can make that guy go over there. I'm a little confused about what to do with at that point. This is a really neat idea, but it is based around a very long cooldown of the sun making its passes. Every time I fail to figure it out, it's just time lost on a huge scale. I think here it's better to have him be on the left for this, Damn it, maybe there's not. Let's do... Fuck it, let's do, more cards, and I'll show the, anime cards for, like, a second while I'm talking, maybe. Three more cards right fast. I also finished Ushujin Mumu, Dealing with Mikadona Sisters is a Breeze, and New Saga. 3 more shows for you. So here's the thing for the first one. That is to say, let me check. That is Ushujin Mumu. Read that real fast, and then I'll start talking about it as I get back to the level. Ushujin Mumu is basically a show where the idea is that an alien comes to Earth and has to learn about how technology works because they killed all their smart people, and also the alien is disguised as a cat. I'll say Ushujin Mumu's biggest weak point is that the aliens are really annoying. The cats are just like the worst mascot cats you've ever seen. Honestly, they're not very likable. I don't care for them that much. They're mostly just annoying. But the humans, on the other hand, are very endearing. I especially like the main character, who is like a college student who is just in way over her head at all times. She tries to help understand the appliances and all that, but mostly has to go to her friends who are like weird appliance otakus. You know, they're part of like a circle that like recycles and tries to make old technology work, stuff like that. And like the club president is a real big tinker. They are very cute and endearing characters, you know. I'll say, like, what the card said, which is that at the show's best, it's about, like, a bunch of cute idiots basically getting way too much into appliances. There's one episode in particular where they get, like, really deep into it, where they're just, like... I really like that bit in that one episode where it was, like, episode 19 or something. It's like a 2-arc show, by the way. It went for like 24 episodes. I really liked that episode where she was just like being like, and also, this refrigerator has this function, and this function. And it's like, whoa, cool it, girl. What are you doing? And it's kind of funny and endearing how fucking dorky they get about, you know, their bullshit. Also, she makes great faces. And, has a great voice actress or whatever, you know? All the characters are charming and kooky, and like I said, cute idiots, way too much into electronics. But on the other hand, sometimes like the alien side of it is like real fucking dumb. You know what I mean? It's like real... Let me think. How does this work? Do I need to like... I think maybe you have to like... Could it be you have to like run or something? When the sun is at the rush to the on-off. Maybe just run. Ooh. So yeah, that show is great. I really enjoyed it. Here is the, let me find it a second, 1 second. Here's the anime card again. I think the characters make it really endearing, but a lot of it is cringe, you know? At worst, it's like, oh, Pokemon Go can be used to save the day and educate the aliens, and it's just like, come on, that's, come off it. Come off it. 4 out of 5 is where I land on that. Meanwhile, Mikadona Sisters is phenomenal. Give that a 5 out of 5 with a heart. Read it right now. Got it? Got it? It's a harem. Whoopsie daisy. Wrong button there. Where's my anime, hide anime button? There we go. It is a harem anime, sort of in the mold of like a quintessential quintuplets or something, or that sort of rom-com anime where basically the idea is there's 4 sisters and they are all prodigies and also really like you know, powerful figures. They are dominant in their life and everything they do, and a cute little meager ordinary boy with a very famous mother moves in with them after he is orphaned. And while at first they're like, yo, who is this boy? He ain't nothing. You know, eventually they realize like, oh my god, this kid is very oh, I see. You put it there. Damn it! I got it. Eventually they see that this boy is very fuckable, you know, is very big husband material, is like sweet, and, you know, while he's not especially skilled at anything, is very supportive and ready to take care and, you know, try to help them out and, earn their trust, earn their affection, and, he more than does that, even if he's not, like, intending for it to be a romantic thing for most of the show. By the way, timer's off. Timer's up. We'll count a timeout here to be the rest of our lives. That's fine. There's a lot of good, super good romance moments. The 3 girls are all incredible and great and good. And the show balances like rom-com stuff with each and every one of them really well. I think it is an exceptional harem, one of the best in that sort of quintuplets mold. Stands up with the best of the genre insofar as the ones that lean more towards romance than ecchi stuff or comedy or anything of the sort. I think it is possibly peak, is how I would describe Mikadona Sisters. Some real good arcs, some real good plots, some real good, like, situations, scenarios, etc. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I'm running. Yes! Yes! Is that it? I think we got a checkpoint, probably. Nope, it's just the end. Fantastic. Okay. Whew. Cool level 06i. Sort of, challenging to... That last part threw me for a loop for apparently... Well, that's Was there a checkpoint? For, like, the whole span. Anyway, woo! Let me go ahead and hit complete. And we'll pull up the next level. Also, I have one more of those last 3 to discuss, so let me go ahead and do that. Perfect. Next one up is Coco Coco. Coco Coco, go ahead and confirm. Coco Coco. There's the Mikadona sisters. Fantastic harem thing. Liked it a lot. Finally, in this set of 3 is New Saga. New Saga? New Saga. Wish second guess that name. It's not a great name. It is, I think, a great show, though. I'll say, of the shows that I want to get season 2s, I think New Saga could really super use a season 2. I would really like to see where it keeps on going. It is a fantasy show about a hero who basically gets the bad ending. Basically, like, beats the Demon Lord, but does it at such a cost that, like, everyone he's ever loved has fallen in the fight. He goes back to in time when things were cool and chill and had, you know, good and fun vibes, and gets to do it again and you know, use his foreknowledge to navigate the world and navigate the whole war like 3 years before it starts, and really get to preventing it or being more prepared for it or whatever. I really enjoyed it. I think that it does a great job in making the scenario, like, really work. Taking advantage of, like, his foreknowledge in a lot of really interesting ways. Like, it's not just that he knows what's going to happen. It's like, you know, yeah, he knows foes well enough to counter them on first encounter. You know, he knows people well enough where if they're trying to pull some shit, he's like, oh, I could tell you set this up, by the way. You know, he'll pull them aside and be like, hey, so I know you orchestrated this shit. Stop that. And whether it's because he, you know, spent years getting to know them in the future, or whether it's because, like, oh, it's public record later on that you did this shit, knock it off. It's like, oh, that's really interesting. You know, he knows dungeons well enough to just tunnel to the end of them if he wants to go get the best loot. You know, that sort of thing. And it's pretty cool and consistently good how much he uses the knowledge he has to, like, change his fate and change the world's fate and change other people's fates. It's good. It's compelling and quite a nice watch. I also like how the time travel sometimes is like not as perfect as he would have thought, right? Like, oh, you know, sometimes you don't want to just see the lady that you got with in the other timeline and be like, oh, honey, fuck, I shouldn't have said that, you know? And then it's a whole situation, you know? He gets into trouble sometimes. Or, like, one of the cooler instances of something happening was, like, God, I shouldn't say, but there are cases where, like, eventually, in the original timeline, like, oh, he got with this person and they got together and did a thing, but at this time, that person is doing something else, and, you know, they might come to blows because that's just how it was at the time, and there's no other choice if he wants to change the past but to change the past, and there's, like, ramifications and, like, interesting differences, and it's all just very good. I highly recommend New Age. Or New Saga. I keep thinking it'll be New Age. I recommend it. It's great. And I really want to see season 2. Coco Coco has not confirmed, so we will do sudden death on this. Coco Coco, feel free to confirm at any time, and we'll give you a timer and all that. We just got 2 left, and I could just trigger them now, because we did just do 1. But that one kind of went reasonably long. B, not G. I think that one went reasonably long. Let's play the level and see what we can do. This one looks like a quick one with 2 lives, honestly. Actually, this is going fucking great. Unbelievable. Unbelievably great. That was a great first try. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. We're doing this. This is it. No. It was right there, the end was. Coco, are you here? This is the perfect time to confirm, Coco. I would love to have a 3rd try on that level. Let me say, I would love to have a 3rd try. Nearly got it! Coco not being here means that we get 2 tries, though. And, not very many, it turns out. Tell you what, after Coco is Starboy. Starboy, you can confirm right now. Let me do these anime cards, and if Coco confirms by the time we're done, we will do timer for Coco. Starboy is here, so after this, we will be doing Starboys, but, remains to be seen whether, Coco. Here's another 3. Let's finish off these anime I finished over the week. Finished Outcast Restaurant, 4 out of 5. Finished Dan and Dan Season 2. And I could have had a 9th one here if I had gone to see Demon Slayer movie. Didn't this week. Too busy to go out and see a movie. No time. It's fine. It's not like it's the complete thing. I can just see it when it's on Crunchyroll or something. And then, or even wait until it's all on Crunchyroll. I don't know. 2 more anime to quickly cover here. Outcast Restaurant is one of those banished from the Heroes Party things, but this time the gimmick is that dude goes out and founds a cozy restaurant where he is helpful to his patrons and uses his overpoweredness to fix their problems and get them out of dark scenarios. And the only problem with it is that, like, the scenarios are a little distractingly dark. Like, you know, the first one that happens, I think it might be even in the synopsis. Let me see. No. Runaway Atelier? No, Atelier is a slave child who he, you know, sort of adopts as a regular child, but she was enslaved by a slaver. And it's stuff like that where you just go like, man, you didn't have to write it that way. You didn't have to make it ridiculously, stupidly dark. And I feel especially like the main villain is like that writ large. Like the main villain is just like stupidly, pointlessly dark, edgy, absurdly dark. You know, I feel like when Disney movies have more grounded and realistic villains than your show does, you got a problem, because, like, you know, like, you shouldn't be looking at Captain Hook and going like, that dude is a lot more realistic than your like, you know, fictional alt-right, murder fan, you know, who just wants to murder everyone? I don't understand that dude. and I really didn't like his flashback episode, and I wish the show could just be more comfy cozy all the time. The comfy cozy parts are pretty damn good, but it gets bogged down in some dark bullshit a bunch, unfortunately. Dan and Dan Season 2 continues to be excellent. Ridiculous new allies who are more ridiculous than the previous allies. Ridiculous fights that go ridiculous places with ridiculous solutions to the problems that they are presented with. It's all ridiculous and fun and as good as ever, which means it rules. Do I need to say any more about Dan to Dan? People know Dan to Dan. People know that it rules, and probably people know that it continues to rule. Fun season. Nothing further to say. That's anime. Let's Coco Coco isn't here, so let's do Starboy now. Yes. I am now officially dismissing Coco Coco. Thank you for the level, Coco Coco. Got to pull up the next one by Starboy. Sweet, says Starboy. Excellent, yes. Whew. This is one of the more late lightning rounds because I decided to do it after anime. I should have done it before anime. That's how I should have divided this up. It's harder to do non-lightning round. If you're doing lightning round, it's faster to get back to between levels to talk about the next topic, but whatever. Let's do this one. Also, we'll do the thing. I have one more anime card, which I think I might have accidentally blown, come to think of it, while I accidentally went past. This is just a cool traditional level. Oh shit. I like cool traditional levels, and this is one of them. Just like crawling around this space, avoiding some dudes, and, you know, clearing the way to make progress. Can't argue with any of this. Ah, just an optional thing. Cool, very good. Here's the second part, the second half. Let's do it. I'm gonna go above that guy, take a hit. You should be the slightest bit careful. Just the slightest bit careful. I think it was worth taking that damage to maybe skip ahead. I could have made it. I could have made it without taking damage, but, no, didn't. Very good. Halfway point. This is just a nice level, and the fire flower that I got perfectly suited to dealing with these guys. These guys are cool enemies, you know. They walk around stuff. You can bounce off them, and like fire kills them, even if jumping does not. Like they definitely have a place in this game, and a unique role that only they can play. Excellent. Most versatile 3D world enemy? Ooh, I don't know about that. Maybe. There's also the flying form where they fly in a straight line. I think the mice might be a little more versatile. I feel like those are just kind of cool sometimes to have a static enemy. Also one that can like make you think twice about jumping. That's very interesting to me as far as like enemy design goes. You're welcome, Starboy. Let me go ahead and hit complete. I should really have a button to like undo a card because I totally fucked up the card thing, but here we go. All right, perfect. Okay. Slipsqueak is just one tile spike block 2. Yeah, it's narrow, I guess. Let me end this timer and do the last anime-related card here. Oh, wait, why don't we not have any right now? I didn't accidentally, like, skip anyone, did I? I think it is Freddy next? Freddy next? Whatever. I didn't skip someone, did I? If I did, let me know if someone got, like, accidentally fat-fingered, but it looks like Freddy's next. Looks like Freddy's next. I'm gonna go ahead and put next into chat for Freddy. And we're going to do the next card, which says, hey, let's take a look at the next Season I chart real fast. Yes, okay, let's do that. Good idea card. Let me pull up any chart on my phone, and then I will put it on screen. Let's do it. I haven't looked at what's coming up next as far as next season goes. But let's see. Here's this season. And let's order it by start date. And now let's look at fall. This is ordered by start date? Yes, okay. Let's just scroll and look. Now, most of these shows, I have no idea if they're good or bad. And honestly, I'm not going to think about it. There is one that airs next week, actually. Wow, that's nice. Find out next week whether the first show of the season is good, but the rest are like week and a half away, around the start of November, basically, or October. October's next. Let's see, what do we got for like I don't know that show, so I'm not watching that. What do we got for season 2s, I'll say. Let's look. Let's look. I know there's a couple. It's gonna be a while until they start up though. I don't know what Kagu Boken is, so that's not it. My Hero Academia final season. Oh boy, okay. Can't wait to see how it ends. So do you think this will be the finale, or do you think they go and do an anime movie to like finish it off? Maybe it's the end. Maybe it's the end. That'd be great. Looking forward to seeing how MHA ends finally. Spy X Family Season 3. Alright, Spy X Family is great. I feel like it has found a rhythm that is like, you know, still fucking great, but not like as exciting as it once was. It's like a little more formulaic, or it's found its groove. And doesn't really deviate from it as much, but yeah. There's a second season of Tales of Wedding Rings? Okay. Whatever. Didn't watch that first season. To Your Eternity Season 3? Oh fuck. What? Huh? Yeah, it's Fushi the Immortal in the modern era. Man, that the way that Season 2 of To Your Eternity ended, it kind of looked like it was just and then he got to the modern era and the end. You know, you can't tell a story anymore because he's no longer in a time where people would be, like, scared of him or whatever. But that's very interesting and fascinating. They, like, time skipped a bunch right at the end, too, so I don't know. Alma-chan wants to be a family. That doesn't sound bad, I don't know. That's a good name for a show. Ao no Orchestra, never heard of it. Apparently there's a season 2 of it. Never watched Kingdom. My friend's little sister has it in for me. Oh boy. That sounds like a thing. Ranma 1/2 Season 2. Fuck yeah, I loved Ranma 1/2 Season 1. Never saw the original, but really enjoyed the hell out of the first season of the remake. That's gonna be fucking good. Uma Musume's Cinderella Grey. Back for a part 2, hell yeah. I feel like this might be a bad one. Look at that art there. That's not a very flattering representation of a plus-sized person. What else we got? Campfire Cooking in Another World with My Absurd Skills, Season 2! Oh, fuck! That show was really good, one of my favorite isekai. I kinda didn't expect it to be back ever. Oh, shit. That was like in my top 10 of that year, I think. That was a top 10 alumni. Little Miss Angel can't suck right. Okay. One Punch Man Season 3. Season 2 was kind of, mediocre, so, I don't know, man. Could be fine. Also, it was focusing more on, like, One Punch Man's friends and less on One Punch Man. So, like, I don't know, it's like, I'll watch it, but I'm not, like, the most optimistic. Why is there a blue wolf man? That's, okay. Interesting. Any shorts? Nothing really that I've seen before. A couple shows are continuing, and what do we got for the OVAs? Oh, it's just like a single episode of Undead Unluck. Okay. Many season 2s of that. Let This Grieving Soul Retire. Is that the show where the guy, like, poison? Is that one? Is that the guy who can, like, poison people automatically? And that's, like, his main power? Oh, no. That's, that's, the guy who wants to retire but can't because he's actually not as overpowered as everyone thinks he is. Oh, that show is very fun. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good one. That's a good show. The one I was describing is a bad show. That's, like, not as good. But I would probably still watch a season 2 because I'm kind of morbidly curious. An episode of Golden Kamuy. Cool. And, that's all that speaks to me. Didn't watch any of the Star Wars Visions. I don't know. Yeah, that looks like a pretty good season. I don't know. Looks like a bunch of stuff coming out. That was at least, like, what, 5, 6 good returning stuff? Yeah, off to a good start. I wonder if any of the new shows that I, like, browsed over without really looking at them, I wonder if any of them are, like, you know, contenders for top 10 or for even the title at the very top. I wonder. Pedigree-wise, there's definitely some returning shows that might be up there, but I don't know any of them would really challenge the top slot. I don't know. Interesting. Let's do Freddy's level. I don't see Freddy right now, so we'll do sudden death. And then we will we will go to the lightning round. It's been a long first part of the stream. Well, that's a G, not an H. Been a long first part of the stream here. Longer than usual. That's on me for putting the anime on this side of the line rather than the other side of the line. Whatever. Okay, don't hit any of the question mark blocks. Okay. Lesson learned. Question marks are bad. As are munchers. Munchers are also bad. Thank you, Freddy, for the level. Let's go ahead and dismiss and go to the next one then. I think that was enough time to for it anyhow. Alright, this is the level from Jose. Jose, the bot somehow missed your level, so this one is for you. Let me at you manually to just make sure you're on the ball. This is you. Okay. Meanwhile. Folks. It is time for the lightning round. little late for starting the lightning round, honestly, but what are you gonna do? I decided to start it after I got through the anime talk, and that took a bit, turns out. Anyway, it's the lightning round. During the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way, 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 under the following circumstances. The first level of the night whose person is here, the levels with clear rates under 1%, and super world levels. Those cases get bonus heads, which are represented by all these different things. Jose is here. Excellent. Again, Jose tried to submit, and the bot didn't accept it. Oh, and I mistyped it, apparently. So it's H7T. Okay, noted. So let me randomize the heads here for you. And Yellow Toad. The people love Yellow Toad. Everyone loves Yellow Toad. Anyway, let's do it. Let's go. Let's see what's up. M. Jambre Campana Primavera. Primaveral. I don't know what that means, but hey, good for. I'm sure it's you know, is cool. Oh right, it would be Alhambre, right? Alhambre. J is an H in Mexican. In Spanish. I'm not I'm English speaker. I speak English. I don't know that much about the Romance languages. What can I say? 3D World needs more semi-solids. True. It is kind of inconvenient the ways in which you're limited in 3D World as far as like aesthetics go. Spring Ball Swarm is what Jose says. Interesting. Will not be that hard. Let's do it. Is that a good format? Going through the list of anime on the anime website? Is that a better format than just coming in prepared with a whole list of like what looks good? I don't know. Maybe it'd be better to do it based on popularity and just go top down and then end when it's, you know, I'm no longer looking at sequels, but it's probably fine. Also, occasionally it's nice to look at something new and go like, eh? I'll say, like, I generally don't like looking ahead and like knowing if a show is going to be good or not based on like the manga or whatever. You know, I usually just like to go in and be surprised and find out like, oh, this is good, or be surprised the other way. Oh, this is bad. I just like to try everything out and you know, find out for myself, and then, you know, accordingly. I like the feeling of having found something. You know, there's something of like a feeling of having discovered a show that is nice. And then you can go on stream and then, you know, say like, oh, by the way, everyone, make sure to watch X show. It's actually good. And I don't really have any preconceived notion of like, oh yeah, these are the ones you need to check out. I just check them all out. And then just think about it later. That's gonna be fun. Also gives me something to talk about, like every fucking, you know, every fucking 3 months. It's like, oh boy, gotta spend a whole stream basically talking about the 40 shows that started this week. And how, like, you know, half of them are bad. I do think talking about things that are bad is fun sometimes, you know. Like, I prefer watching things that are good, But if I try something that's like bad in a fun way, like watching an episode and then getting to be like, okay, so get this. Listen, let me tell you about this shit. I like to do that. And it's my stream, so what I say goes, you know? I get to do whatever I like. And no one can stop me. You can offer constructive criticism, though, if you want. And I'll, you know, take it to heart. But I'm still going to watch that much anime, and it doesn't make sense not to talk about it. I should commit to fewer shows next season. I should cut the ones that are mid, drop them. Just if I could have a single season where all my shows were 5 out of 5, that would probably be for the best, time-wise, and like life balance-wise. I don't know. Thank you for the level, Jose. Let me hit complete, and feel free to get back in there. Hopefully the bot will work this time. I'm not sure why it didn't see you last time. Let me see. Is the bot seeing any of your messages? Let me look at Streamlabs chatbot. It's not seeing any of them. That is very weird. I wonder, is this a bug with Streamlabs chatbot? Did it like update and introduce an error that like... Here's my thought right now, if I had to guess what the issue would be. I think the issue would be that Jose's name has, special letters in it. Rock Party's here, excellent. Has special letters in it. You know, accent marks. And I bet that Streamlabs had some sort of update and it now chokes on accent marks, and probably also Japanese characters as well, quite possibly. That's not great. That's fucking hell. Yeah, that's Streamlabs chatbot. There's not like an alternate chatbot thing I can use, right? Like, a Streamlabs or bust. And if it wasn't Streamlabs, probably the script that I have wouldn't work either. I don't know. Jose, let me know. I'll try to accommodate you as best I can. Sorry about the technical issues. Rock Party is here. Excellent. And I do believe I know what level he wants me to do, so let's just go ahead and get those heads up now. Meanwhile, let's do some cards. I got some that are not related to anime. In particular, some news and stuff. Whole bunch of news. Today and also recently. Like, hey, did you see that it's iPhone day? Mine is delayed. Yeah, so iPhone started shipping today. Unfortunately, because I pre-ordered mine an hour after the pre-orders opened, I have to wait like 2 weeks, basically. October 6th to... Let me tell you what it says in the store app, which I will not show you, but... You know, I will read out to you. It says in the Apple Store app, and I keep checking this, iPhone 17 Pro Max delivers October 6th to October 13th. Dang. So, like, that's 2 weeks at minimum, and it might be more like 3 weeks. At least it'll be, like, express delivered, so what that means it's like day one. That means, like, as soon as it ships, it should be here, right? I am unclear about that, but I am excited. I got this phone, by the way. I went with the Max, the larger size. And I'm excited for it, you know? Like, I have been on a iPhone 14 for a while. iPhone Pro, 14 Pro, and it's great. I mean... No, it's not. It gets hot. Its battery is not great. I am looking forward to this one, which promises to have better heating and cooling, and also a much, much, much better battery. Those are the two things I'm kind of looking for in a phone. I hope that, you know, the weird thing about these phones is that you buy one, right? And then 2 years later, they tell you, like, oh, well, of course yours is old and crappy. You know, when they announce it, they say like, "Oh my God, this is God's gift to Earth. It's the best iPhone that's ever been." 3 years later, and they're like, "Why do you have that piece of shit in your pocket anymore? We don't even sell that one anymore." My God, you know, it's God's gift to Earth for about a year. At which point there'll be a new God's gift to Earth, and then another one, and then another one, and yours is looking like a complete pile of dog shit. You know, whatever. I also got out all my old ones, which I thought were interesting to look at. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so you can see, like, I've had an iPhone, I think this is the 5? I think this might be the 5, I'm not sure 100%, but it had the Touch ID, I think, and was really goddamn small. I mean, look at how phones were, like, before the iPhone X. This one is the iPhone X. Here's the, what is this, the 12, the 11? It has, like, the green color to it, which I really liked. And, you know, here's my current phone, the 14, which, when you put them back side to side, you can sort of see that, like, yeah, this one's kind of green, this one's kind of purple. But kind of only barely, you know? It's kind of hard to see, kind of hard to tell. But, the new one is bright orange, and that's gonna be, like, so obvious, so clear as day. You know, I will say, like, I'm not 100% sure about how gaudy it will be, but I'm excited. Also, by the way, the green one, man, the glass on the back of the green one feels really nice. I don't know what they did different back then, but it has a really nice surface to it. Also, look at the camera size difference, like, between them. Like, isn't that amazing? Like, the cameras here are tiny, versus this one where they're just fucking huge. They have gotten a lot bigger over the years. And here's the first one for comparison. First one that I had. I hope someday... Let me get that image down and get myself smaller and start playing the level. I hope someday they invent a way to have, you know, camera phones that aren't big honking monstrosities anymore. They gotta figure out a way to make them smaller and make them more compact, and, like, you know, if they could make it so that the lens could be, like, adjustable somehow without the same amount of, like, without relying on, like, digital trickery for it, I feel like that'd be very cool. I'm not counting on them to invent any such thing anytime soon, but you gotta reckon that some sort of solution that delivers this sort of camera quality with a single lens that's really small would be conceivably possible, right? Maybe it's really just not physically possible. I have no idea, but I feel like in my lifetime we'll see camera phones become small but still, like, super good at some point. Google Pixel has the best camera design, I think. You know, I don't know that much about Android phones, so I can't really speak to the design differences there. I know that I was watching a video, I think from God, it was one of the tech YouTubers, I forget which. I've honestly been watching a lot of videos about the iPhone 17 and you know, reviews, opinions on it, etc. because I can't wait for fucking mine to arrive. But I was watching one explaining how, like, phone cameras work and how, like, a lot of, like, post-processing now makes a big difference, and how, like, at this point they use AI to, like, identify different areas of the photo and do different techniques on the individual parts. Like, they can make a face sharper and make a sky, you know, process a sky differently than, like, a face, than, like, trees, etc. Which is interesting. I don't know. So long as you don't notice that and like, you know, it doesn't get in the way, that sounds cool. I just don't know, right? Like, I guess that's just how it is these days. And, you know, technology makes up for a lot of, like, camera quality type things. You don't want it generating things out of thin air, I'll say. You want it to be, like, combining and like, you know, taking parts from one camera and taking parts from another camera and sort of doing some fancy business to get you your final results. But also, that can be weird. Hey, check it out. We got a checkpoint. Hell yeah. That refreshes our tries. Perfect. We were just about to be out of them. I'm excited. You know, I think that the new phone has a lot of cool features as far as, like, stuff that has been introduced since I had a new phone, like the extra buttons for camera and action, as well as, stuff like the much better battery, the much better heating, cooling. I'm curious how I'll feel about the iconic plateau. Maybe I'll like it, you know, maybe the phone will lie more flat as a result. You know, I don't think I've seen any reviewers talking about how flat the phone lies. Maybe the answer is, no, it doesn't lie flat at all. It's still the same problem as always. The lenses are way too big for it to lie flat. Forget about it. I keep looking at the thing, hoping that the date will move up, but I don't think it will. So, I'll just have to wait patiently for too long. Too long. Has anyone gotten theirs? Rock Party, you get like... You get like... You're one of the people who gets a new one like every year, right? You get a good deal through work, if I recall, right? Have you gotten yours yet? Did you order it on time? How are you feeling about it so far if you have? I believe some people should have them by now. Last try, let's go. Whew. You do every other year? Okay. I mean, that was once a normal cadence. I used to do every other year at some point. Is that true? Then how do I have 4? Was the... I guess it must have... What was 2 before the X then? Was the 5 2 before the X? The numbering system was weird when the X came along. So, I don't know. But you are getting the new phone this year, right? I do believe you ordered it, yeah? We were chatting off stream. You said that you got a really good deal, and you wanted to remind me to make sure to be able to pre-order it. And I did. By the way, I'm thankful for that. I realized when you messaged me that I could pre-order it ahead of time. Not this year? Oh, okay. Well, it was very helpful anyway for you to tell me, like, hey, you ordering it? Because then I realized I could get my information in there and be ready to pre-order before the Nintendo Direct that day when pre-orders opened. And if I didn't do that, like, man, I'd probably be waiting a month. You know, I'd probably be waiting twice as long or more if I had done it in, like, the afternoon, God forbid. Like, I don't know, like, how long the wait is right now to get an iPhone 17 Pro Max. I am going for one of the more popular sizes and colors and all that, so that's probably a factor. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting dismiss. And feel free to get that back in there. O6I, go ahead and confirm. O6I, go ahead and confirm. Oh, O6I, I was just talking about the Google Pixel and its camera quality. Hell yeah. Hello. More news. Did you hear about the Stardust Racers accident? Very unfortunate news. out yesterday. Apparently, on Stardust Racers, the best roller coaster, the best pair of roller coasters at Epic Universe, apparently, a passenger seems to have gone unconscious during the ride and quote unquote ragdolled to death on the ride itself, and it came back like really battered and bruised at the end of the ride and died on the way to the hospital. My God, that's what the hell happened there. I'll say I really enjoyed Stardust Racers, and it was a lot of fun. It's a great roller coaster, and I'm shocked to hear of this accident, which I mean, I don't know, like, if there have been deaths like this at Universal before, but this sort of thing is just, you hear about it once a blue moon, just worldwide. It just doesn't happen that much, and for it to happen this early in Stardust Racer's life is just really concerning, really worrisome, etc. I'll say it seems to be, I definitely saw people in like the comments of videos talking about basically saying like, it seems like the dude in question had some sort of disability. He was confined to a wheelchair, perhaps had some other pre-existing health issues. The judgment seems to be from comments, and, I don't think the information is really out yet. I don't know that it's all really known exactly, but the thoughts of the comments seem to be, I gotta put as many asterisks as I can on that. We're talking about the opinions of just commenters, random commenters, but that's the best information I have. The best speculation I've seen insofar as, like, this is probably a guy who should not have been let on to the roller coaster. Probably not a guy who should have been riding it, and, seems to have, again, fallen unconscious during the ride and ended up dying as a result. Which, that shouldn't happen. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. That's just God. And I'll say, like, I was seeing small children riding that ride. It has a pretty low height requirement. As far as I'm aware, there's been not that many, as far as I'm aware, most people are able to ride it. It shouldn't be a concern, but, people that do have those sort of health conditions, I don't know. Anyway, shit. That's just a whole fucking thing. I feel bad for the people involved. I feel bad for... I'm worried about the future of the ride, considering, like, it happened this fast. I wonder what sort of fixes they can make to change that. Whether it's, like, just a matter of training the ride ops to recognize that sort of thing better, or if, like... I don't know. Like, it's probably too soon to say. I just hope that, this doesn't... I love Universal, and I hope that, Epic Universe recovers from this, you know what I mean? I hope that they figure out what was wrong. I hope that it never happens again, and also that they can, the ride can, not be tamed, or not be, I hope that this doesn't require, like, the ride to be, like, significantly lessened for able-bodied guests, let's say. I don't know. Like, I want it to still be very, very intense. You know what I mean? I want it to have all its forces, all its shit, but I don't know, man. When something like that happens, Universal has done some when there was an accident on Dueling Dragons, the previous ride that used to duel at Universal. When that happened, they basically tore it down and replaced it with another ride, and also they instituted like strict rules on items that you can bring on rides. So like the precedent here, how do we fucking what? The precedent is that you know, previous issues of this sort, Universal has taken very seriously, causing policies that have been in place for years as a result of previous accidents. So, yeah. Huh. Here we go. This is the way. Cool, on-off, puzzle type level, problem-solving type level. We're solving some problems and making our way through. Very nice. Let's do another card while we're just, you know, playing this level. I feel like we could use another card right now. Let's go ahead and just pop it. Did y'all see price of an Xbox going up? In more bad news, they have continued to increase the price of Xboxes. In America, specifically. I wonder why. Price of an Xbox keeps going up. Seems like there's no end in sight to this as well. Just our lot in life this generation. And probably also it will not be alone. Probably also we'll see Switch 2 and PlayStation. I mean, we've already seen some PlayStation price increases. And, you know, Xbox price increases as well. It is shocking and unbelievable and unprecedented, this crap. And also, it is probably the most predictable thing in the world, given that consoles are not exempt from tariffs like phones are. So, yeah, you're basically, it's all fucked as far as consoles go. Are you excited for FNAF open in Universal Halloween Horror Nights? You know, I don't go to Universal other than a couple times every now and again. Maybe like once every few years. And I've never actually done Halloween Horror Nights. I've never had a trip. Well, that's not true. I went to Universal on a Halloween Horror Nights day 2 years ago, but we were really tired at the end of the day, so we did not, like, go on to spend a whole nother half day, like, doing the Horror Nights business. I think that's cool. I don't know. That sounds like a good fit for Halloween Horror Nights. Not really a thing I've gotten into, Horror Nights. Supposed to be a real-life Freddy Fazbear. I mean, I do think that particular franchise, given that it is like, you know, I think you're right. I think that probably adapts really well into like a real into real life. I don't know. I bet that's just a really cool version. Do we have to like backtrack or something? Do a different route? Not sure like where. Oh, well, it's not here if it's anywhere. Not sure where the other place where we can do the red key. Not sure how to go to the other side of the place where the red key was. Maybe we can find out though. What about this? Oh, that's not an enter pipe. That's just a give you a mushroom pipe. What can be said about the Xbox price going up? First off, probably you shouldn't be buying an Xbox. You went top before? Okay, so I should go bottom somehow? Maybe something like... No, this just goes back to where we started. And bottom... goes this way. Thank God it's only a theme park and not a 24-hour restaurant. I mean, they could absolutely have a restaurant themed to that if they wanted. That'd be cool. You know, if they could just throw that into, Oh, I see. Down here, down here. If they just, like, threw that into, the hell? Rude. I got it, though. It'd be cool if they could throw that just, like, into... Cool that you can roll like that. I didn't know you could roll. Oh, I'm dead. Timer was almost up anyway, so yeah. A 24-hour restaurant outside a theme park? It could be inside a theme park. Would that not be even better if it was inside? It could totally fit into, like, a more neutral area. Like, Celestial Park, all that. Ugh. Ugh. Right, you need to go over here. You're just saying it's not, like, a place where you could die. Hello, Junior the Disney fan. How you doing? Maybe you're not doing that well. Disney, there's a whole thing going on with that. How about we pop the next card? Let's keep this rolling. Let's keep this going. I don't have that many cards. Actually, I do have quite a few cards tonight. And, I think it'd be cool to discuss more of them in a row. Did you hear that a Disney boycott is happening? Junior the Disney fan, this is, this affects you directly. Yeah, so, of all the boycotts that have been happening recently, this seems like maybe the one that has the most potential to actually have results because, like, you know, it seems like there's a general consensus that, like, what Disney did relatively recently is pretty fucked up. To the point of literally the ex-CEO of Disney putting out a statement being like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Stop being so weak. For context, for those who do not know what's happening in this present day, at this present hour. Ooh, this is a cool new area. I like this a bunch. What's happening right now, in the present, is that Jimmy Kimmel just got dismissed, just got suspended from his television show because, it wasn't even bad. He said some stuff. He commented on, basically, the, situation that's been going on in the news vis-a-vis, the dipshit that was murdered recently. The alt-right scumbag who, you know, got shot and killed. And, he basically said something to the effect, not even like I did, not even like saying that he was a piece of shit, you know, alt-right guy who said things like, black people are better under slavery, and all sorts of stuff about women and other minority groups. He was a bad person. Like a real shit raker. A real, like, you know, one of those alt-right people who like to just say the most offensive shit in the world and, you know, push for it to become more mainstream. And like many alt-right people, he has been widely successful. And, to the point where when he died, you know, the goddamn president is mourning his death and going like, oh, that was one of my dudes, one of my allies. We gotta celebrate him as if he was, like, an official person, which he wasn't. He was just what are they called during, World War II? The brown shirts? It was just a brown shirt. And, you know, if you don't know the news, they are totally trying to spin it into, like, a, you know, like a, into, like, a whole... I kind of thought last week it kind of petered out when it turned out that he was a groiper. The assassin was a groiper, you know, sort of a troll, right-wing oriented troll himself. But it seems like the right has really latched onto some details and is really, like, letting themselves get carried away into, like, a total we have to kill all trans people now type fervor, which is very concerning. And also, you know, it is worth noting that, like, when Democrats get assaulted, the right loves it. They think it's hilarious. Including, worth noting, the murdered boy. The Trump's murdered boy did think it was very funny when Pelosi got assaulted. He said that the person who assaulted Pelosi should be released, should be let go, perhaps even rewarded. So, you know, he's not anti-violence. He even said that, like, oh, it's fine that some people die, so that we can have, like, you know, gun laws. We can have guns. It is very funny, if you think about it, that he died under a sign that said, "Prove me wrong." One of his biggest statements out there was that, oh, gun violence is fine. It's fine for people to get killed by violence. Prove me wrong. Bang! That's a pretty good counterpoint. Pretty good counterpoint, I think. Anywho, the right's very hypocritical in this, and they're not on the level. They know as well as we do that if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a fuck, you know? And they do not give a fuck. And, I'll tell you, I don't give a fuck. I think it's good when bad people die. I do. I really do. Fuck them. Fuck them. I don't care. You know? Anyway, what Jimmy Kimmel said was just like, you know, Trump's using this to stoke his base. And that's a little concerning, isn't it? And Trump's like, and ABC preeminently, like, canceled his show and put him off the air. And, even without being asked by the Trump administration to do so. You know, they bent the knee before being asked. Very, very troubling that they did so. And also very just, where's the door? Very troubling that they did so, and also, like, again, he didn't say anything wrong. He was being very even-handed and very, like, just sticking to the facts. Not even casting a judgment on Dead Boy. Like, you know, a lot of people don't know that Dead Boy... Oh, the yellow pipe. Yeah, okay. A lot of people don't know, I think, that Dead Boy was like a alt-right shitbag. You know, not a good person. No angel, in other words. A lot of people don't know that. They just think he's some Christian activist. But no, he's like a muckraker, basically. He's a troublemaker. He talks shit. He talks shit for a living. And, he got. I don't really know why. I don't really know, like, what opinions that, you know, really struck a chord with the murderer, but, you know, it happened. What of it? I'm confused here. Oh, it's a race. I need to keep going from the door. Anyway, what he said was basically just like, pretty much just decrying using this cynically to, like, support really terrible policies and, like, you know, really cracking down on trans people as a result. I need to, like, unbig myself. Feels weird, but what we gotta do, I think. Huh? Wait, I need to be big? Oh, right, I need to roll. That's it. Okay. Need to roll. I forgot that was a gimmick of this level earlier. Anyway, so now people are boycotting, Disney to try to get them to rescind the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel. And, seems like they're gonna do it. Seems like that's gonna work to me, considering that, like, you know, other comedians, former Disney presidents have all come out in favor of, I think this is a way back, or is this... Have all come out in favor of, like, hey, this is all fucked up that you did this, Disney. Don't. I feel like that's going to, reverse course soon, and that'll be nice, I guess. At the very least, you know, Trump is someone you should stand up to and say, like, you know, no, we're not going to... Things are not going to go the way that you want. He is not a popular man. He just very recently bungled the whole economy, worth noting. So, like, I would say he is someone you absolutely do not need to bend the knee to. Like, the only power he has is the literal power that he has. He is not popular. He does not have the mandate of the masses. The only thing is that, like, here's the thing, right? These big companies. What can I do when the P switch is on? Here's the thing. These big companies, they're up to a bunch of shit, right? What these companies want more than anything is to acquire other big companies. Oh crap, I see. I need to make this higher. Okay, what I want to do here... Oh, I can just drop this. Oh no, it doesn't stop. Move this, drop this. Oh my god. I probably want to die to refresh my timer. I'm not gonna make it at this rate. Did we just get a checkpoint? I hope so. I mean, if we did... I think we have to... I have to take a dive. Need to hope for a... Okay, we did get a checkpoint. That's the first life lost there. Let's go. Okay. I'll say things are going in a worrisome direction insofar as, like, you know, Trump looks to be looking to crack down on trans people as a rule. Like, literally, maybe even designate all trans people as national security threats, which is, you know, not something that I thought would happen in America. or in general. It seems like an insane thing to happen. How the hell do you trigger both of these in the... Okay, I think... There we go. They're both active now. We got it. There we go. I think it's really worrisome. You know, I hope that people standing up and at least saying something innocuous like, Disney should put Jimmy Kimmel back on the air. I hope that is enough pushback to, like, really, you know, prevent a crackdown specifically on, like, trans people, right? Also, there's, like, some weird amount of, like, internet regulation that they're talking about that is also really worrisome. You know, they're talking about, like, this might be, right now, this news story, the first time some people are hearing about Discord, and, like, from what it seems like, Discord did nothing wrong, and, like, the Discords that the killer was in, like, responded to him being the killer by going, like, oh, damn, what? We actually like that guy here. Which is very confusing, because there are absolutely places where people would react the other way. You know, there are absolutely places that laugh and, laugh at that sort of thing, you know. But not the Discords that dude was in, so seems like the kind of overreach of, you know, the Americans' right to privacy that'll be completely a one-sided overreach that only affects people on the left and not people on the right who do things like, you know, running through towns with tiki torches and, you know, perpetuating a similar amount, if not a greater amount, of political violence. Like, literally, yeah, no, the right has killed actual politicians on the left this year for what it's worth. So, you know, Trump crying over his boy is very partisan, very biased, and fuck him. That's what I say. I do. I really don't give a shit about that asshole. Thank you for the level. That was quite good. Hope you don't mind me just saying a bunch of crap about that. Last week, I skirted it quite effectively, but with the Disney stuff, it's like, okay, well, this seems like the time where it's time to start talking about everyone canceling their Disney Plus subscriptions. I'm not the one who pays for Disney Plus in my family, so it's not up to me if that gets canceled, but, you know, hey, that's if you got one, maybe cancel it for a bit. Who cares? What are you missing? Like a Marvel movie? There's not new stuff on Disney Plus every week, every month, every year even. Just go ahead and get rid of it, and that'll make them think twice about capitulating to Trump. You know? Rock Party is up next. Go ahead and confirm Rock Party. Rock Party says here, excellent. You know, it is just the sort of thing where you need to. The thing is, I was saying about big companies is they want to merge with other big companies, and that's kind of illegal. So if they want to do it, Trump has to let them, and they'd rather bow to fascism than not make a little more dollars. You have Disney Plus, good time to cancel it for a bit. You can always watch that stuff elsewhere, in theory. You know. Like rentals. Haha. Of course, I am only advocating for legal solutions to your problems. Like renting it from someone who does not have a direct financial relationship with Disney, let's say, or buying used copies of the thing. Your Kennedy Disney Plus? I don't know what that means. Let's do this level. Let's do the stuff. Excellent. Can we talk about something else? Let's do one more card. Yeah, okay. This is getting us off the topic of news. I've been working on Twitch clip stuff. You're keeping it? You know, to each their own. A lot of people are canceling right now. Should be, and I'll say, like, hey, you know, once Disney recants, which I'm sure they will, I'm sure Jimmy Kimmel will be fine. Once that happens, at the very least, it's a good message to send as far as, like, you know, the power of money and the power of people with money to make their voices heard with money. Been working a little bit on, this is kind of a weird topic following the very serious topic of the Disney boycott that's happening in real life. But as a thing I do, I tend to go through old streams and try to clip out all the best moments and then, you know, use them as content later on. And, I've, after, you know, doing a whole bunch of Silksong and getting that out of the way, I'm now returning to try to get that, like, in line, trying to make progress on it, good steady progress, and I'll say, the reality is, it's hard to clip up more than I stream every week, right? Like, if I do like 10 hours of streaming, am I doing 10 hours of clipping that same week? Probably not. And I have, like, probably, like, near 100 streams that I haven't clipped up yet, in a big backlog. It's kind of impossible to deal with. It is, I'll say, like, kind of interesting, though. Like, as I'm going back, I'm revisiting these old streams and looking at them and, you know, sort of just buttoning through them, trying to get to the best bits and anything worth pulling out. Anything worth pulling out of the old streams. Which is interesting to do. You know, it means I'm revisiting older times and seeing myself talk a little bit about, like, what was going on in, you know, last year, year before, etc. Seeing games I haven't thought about in ages, and also producing some content that, you know, for the YouTube shorts-wise will mean a slightly more diversified selection of content. You know, it's not just Mario clips all the time, but oh hey, here's some StarCraft, and oh yeah, I did, you know, play this or something like 2 years ago. There it is. Now that gets to be content. It's a whole lot. I probably stand no chance of ever catching up, but I'm sticking with it and just making steady progress. And so long as I have, like, a good supply of things to go on the you know, so long as I have one good short a day, it's probably fine. And I have more than one short. I have a huge supply of shorts that I could put up at any time, so I'm not really wanting for them. But gotta keep up the pace, gotta work at it, and hell, I'll say, like, sometimes revisiting the old stuff does make me think about it. Like, randomly thinking about Metaphor recently as and thinking, like, oh, I'd like to go through that. And the couple times I streamed that and find its best bits. I don't know. It's weird sometimes with some of the streams where, like, I was trying a game for the first time. Rock Party, I didn't beat it, I'm hitting dismiss, let's go. Like, with, Naruto Solos, you are up, go ahead and confirm. Like, one thing I'm a little concerned about is that, like, the stuff from the first 6 hours of, Metaphor that I streamed back last year, is any of that clippable? Like, a year later? Is any of that, like, decent context? I don't know. Funny thing, though, I was clipping up, like, the oldest stream that I still had unclipped yesterday, which was a StarCraft 2 stream from 2023. And you can tell it's from 2023 in one of the clips because I pull up the save menu and all the saves are dated 2023. So if that's not a dead giveaway, what isn't? It's fine though. It's just a whole big project. Like many things, I am, like, not going to catch up on, like writing reviews I'm backlogged, or what's a third thing that I'm totally backed up on? There's a bunch of stuff where, you fall behind and then it just kind of seems like a non-starter ever catching up. One of these holidays, I need to spend more Sundays instead of sleeping in and having a good day. I need to spend them just like clipping up 5 streams or something and just really bustle through them. I usually just do it during the week because I don't know, just feel more like being productive on a weekday. I'm also thinking about future stream plans, randomizers, and playthroughs. I'll say, I've been planning on doing a bunch of randomizers in a row for a bit, and I am currently just wondering if that's actually as viable as I thought it would be. Like, the thing is about randomizers is they can go really long, especially if I'm talking about a randomizer I've never played before. I don't know how long it's going to go. And if I'm talking a weeknight, I'm talking like doing these on weeknights, I can't always go like 10 hours if that's needed. And, forget about going like 12 hours on the regular, if it like is a one that takes like 15 hours, going 15 hours over 2 streams, that's like a lot to ask for a weekday. I'm kind of having second thoughts about making that just be randomizer for a while, especially because there's just so many non-randomizer games I could play on Mondays going forward, after Delta. Chewing it all over. Lots of thoughts there. Fuck! That was just Naruto Solo's room maker code, right? So let me see if I can just find it in played courses. This was the first time he submitted the stream, right? Okay, well, I'll just type it in again. Anyway, that's also something I'm thinking a bunch about. Look forward to more news on that going forward. We'll figure out, like, if I'm doing, like, a playthrough, a randomizer, or if, I'm doing something else. I'll say, I think that the Hollow Knight and TTOID randomizers and coming up soon, I think those are going to be separate from that, and they could still come up randomly during that as well. So, I'll play both of those multiple times, depending on, when they come up in randomly. Look at this dumb bullshit I got online. One more quick card. I don't know if this means anything to anyone, but let me make myself big and pull up the preset that does the chroma key different. Excellent. I got a banana stand piggy bank type thing from based on the banana stand from Arrested Development. I think it's pretty cool. I saw it online. I decided I wanted to have it. So now I do. Arrested Development is fucking great. And now I have a piece of bullshit that will collect dust on my shelf for the foreseeable future. Also, the top falls off because it's like detachable. I should secure it down with some tape or something. I don't know. Let's do this. I don't see Naruto solos at the moment, so I do believe it'll be sudden death. But yeah. Do confirm at any time, Naruto solos. I must have played the Super World before. I think this level might be really hard. Let's find a different level, how about? Yeah, let's go and find something in the uploaded courses. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, they're all pretty difficult looking things. What's the Art of the Gentlefoot? That's a decent clear rate. Let's go with that. Art of the Gentlefoot. This might be difficult to do in 2, but we'll try our best. Seems quite difficult to do in 2. We can at least see now, like, what challenges await us just going forward. But I think this one might be hosed. Naruto, you can say something at any time, and that'll give us more attempts. So keep that in mind. Naruto solos. Probably want to do this and give me myself more height. Wait. No, I did that and it sort of blocked off the way. Sort of blocked me off. You still watch Disney Plus? Hello. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Junior. Hello, Chimichanga. How you doing? I think we died there. I think that's it. That's 2 lives. Naruto did not confirm. That's all we can do. Let's go ahead and hit, Let's go ahead and hit, Let's go ahead and hit dismiss and pull up the next level. By 06I. 06I, I believe, has been chatting, has been here. You doing good, Chimichanga? How am I doing? I'm doing alright. Chimichanga, now is a great time to get levels in. It's, Q has gotten pretty depleted, surprisingly. Kind of a slow period, I guess, right now, right here. Let's do, another card. I'm looking forward to finishing Succession tomorrow, probably. I've been watching Succession with my folks for the first time. I've seen it. My folks, I've not seen it. My folks have seen it. We have 2 episodes left. Probably will watch them tomorrow. Probably will watch them tomorrow when I go over and hang out and have dinner and stuff, which will be nice. I've been enjoying the show decently enough. I don't know that it's had my full attention for its full run, but there's definitely been a lot of really memorable and really cool, funny moments along the way. I definitely... Like, Greg and Tom are highlights, I think, as far as, like, funniest characters, funniest bits. Smell Tom's finger, guess the scent. That line from Logan, like, a season ago, like, I think in season 3 or so. That was very funny. There's been some funny scenes in there. Some enjoyable crap. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it ends. You know, great show. One thing about that, though, is that it does mean that I don't have a show that I'm watching through my folks, like, actively, which is something that we've been doing for a while. So a question that I do have is, what show would y'all watch next? I'm really not sure what the next show should be. So, kind of right now thinking to myself, like, okay, what can we do? Usually it's a drama, so it could be something like Fargo, which I haven't seen, but they have, or, you know, maybe it's time for something weird, like, you know, like Carnival or something, you know. There's some old shows that are worth rewatching that I don't think we've seen in forever. Or maybe, hey, it's like occasionally you gotta watch the classics. You gotta watch a Wire or Breaking, or we just finished Breaking Bad like a year or 2 ago, so not that, but rewatching that. But maybe something like has it been long enough to rewatch Sopranos? It's probably been like 4 or 5 years since the last time we watched Sopranos together. Sopranos is probably like our favorite show, like as a family. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll talk that out tomorrow, and you know, with them, and we'll see what happens. I was considering like Curb, because I've never seen Curb. They've apparently never seen Curb either. It is a comedy like Seinfeld, and I'll say, like, we have also been watching like sitcoms and stuff in addition. Sometimes, like, you know, a drama and a sitcom. Currently, we've been watching a lot of, like, I've been watching a lot of, like, Seinfeld while I'm over there. Just when, you know, I just want to put something on and don't want to think about it. Alternatively, it might be nice to just, like, watch some movies for a while, but also, I don't think anyone wants to deal with just the process of finding a movie. That's always just very inconvenient. And, you know, the process of scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. Fuck that. That's, you want to have a show that you can always just say, like, okay, well, if we can't think of anything, we're just watching that. And usually we're just watching that, so, you know. This is interesting. It's challenging, but not very hard. Especially when you compare it to all the Silksong I've been doing recently. Oh, this is a carnival, so kind of ties into the thing I was saying. Anyway, by the way, that was the last card. We sort of rushed through the last few, but whatever. Things have been kind of slow towards the queue-wise, so let's get wrapped up. Let's after this level, we'll go to last call and give the folks some time to get in any last levels, and then we'll clear them all out, and that'll be it, and that'll be a stream. You know, it is worth considering. You know, I have considered in the past, would it be nice on occasion to take a break from Mario Maker? These feet are different sizes. The left and the right, they're different sizes. Would it be fine to take a break from Mario Maker once in a while and do something else on Fridays? It would maybe give people time to make more levels and have more to bring. I don't know if that's a factor, if just like a lot of people are draining their supply of levels and as a result, less able to come and hang out and you know, partake in the viewer levels. That said, I do feel like the viewer levels, even viewer levels where it's slow, probably would still do better than any other alternative that I could do, but I do think it'd be nice to take a break at some point from Mario Maker. I don't know when. Maybe just like around the holidays or something. You know? I have felt like some Decembers have been slow, but maybe it's like... Well, maybe a lot of seasons are slow, right? Like, it is basically the start of the school year right now. People have less time. Kids, especially, and parents, and a lot of people have less time around this time. Who can fucking say? I don't know. Then again, you know, hey, it'll be nice to have some streams where... Nice to have some more relaxed streams, on the other hand. Streams where when the queue ends, it won't be an hour until the stream ends. You know? Oftentimes when there's like 10 people in the queue, it's like, oh, this is gonna take, you know, basically forever to get through. We just got a checkpoint that refreshed our lives and then we lost one. Very good. Being a little less busy ain't so bad. We had plenty of people earlier. Getting in on time, you know? Got in on time. And, got their level played and, didn't have an infinite supply of more levels. What do you want? Also, of course, you don't have to submit levels to enjoy watching them. Nor do we have to have like a huge variety to see a huge variety. We had a huge variety. Autoscrollers like this always kind of make me struggle to fill the air. I don't know. Like, I'm just sort of walking forward. I'm already out of things I came in to say. What else is there to cover? You know? Guys coming at me, I hit them with fireballs. It is some sort of song, I don't know where it's from. It's fine. Ugh. Looks like I need to, get, both sides here cleared and then, ready to go. Alright, a couple more laps. Dang it. We'll be done in a second. Oh, okay, it's one or the other. You don't have to do both. Okay. Lovely. And we did it. Ooh. Ooh, that wasn't so bad. We got another checkpoint. That refreshes our lives. Thank you, 06I. Thank you for the levels. Thank you for the level. And the previous ones as well, I'll say. Let's go ahead and complete and bring up the next level. Chimichanga is up next. But before we do that, folks, it's time for last call for levels. Last call for levels is the time to get any last levels that you have in ready for us submitted. And in the meantime, I'll show you some of my own levels. Ugh. What for this? Autoscrollers. Let's see Autoscrollers. I've made 2 Autoscrollers, I think. Did I make any other Autoscrollers other than the 2 I'm thinking of? I feel like I have just used that feature very sparingly, and, you know, for good reason, because the toughie. But I've used it twice. Let's go ahead and see them, and, you know, then we'll head off to the finale, to the final. And by the way, I'm considering Autoscrollers to be when the screen is scrolling. Platform level, I would say, is a distinct thing. Yeah, I think it's just these 2 levels. Specifically, let me find it. Unmoored Mine 4, Grave Gauntlets, and what's the other one? Dimlit Derelict. This one, I was very much inspired by the, minecart levels and tried to make a auto-scroller where you would never really be, like, waiting for the screen to advance, but instead, you know, sort of just plowing forward at a good, steady rate. You can see here, it's not super fast. I'd say this first part is pretty reasonable, so far as, like, how fast it moves versus how fast you can think. But, we don't really get, like, super bored. And then the second half, it turns things upside down so that, the speed is a little bit more threatening. I like it. I think it's a cool twist, and also it makes what is really just pretty basic platforming into something, kind of challenging. Like, just jumping over a guy on the high ground is pretty harrowing. Also, this bit here, where the on-offs just activate as you jump over to the platform in question, which I think is funny. This level was intentionally made to be evil, but it's not hard, I think. I don't think it's that hard. It's not like a, you know, it's the farthest thing from a high hull situation. It's not even a, you know, first boss of Silksong situation. Well, that, you know, that's like less tough, but still somewhat tough. I think that you could get through this, like, well, it might take you a few tries, honestly, especially if you're not ready. The clear rate is probably something like 5%. It's probably a Bell Beast. It's probably about a Bell Beast. Bell Beast isn't that hard, right? It isn't that hard at all. I mean, it does 2 damage, like some people would complain about, but it's not bad. Clear rate here is 7%, so really not bad at all. That's... I mean, I don't think it takes 10 tries to beat many of the first bosses in Silksong, so I would say maybe a little tougher, all things considered. I think that's about a Bell Beast in difficulty, actually. It's hard-ish. But, like, you know, focus and relax and get it down, and you'll get through it. This Dimlet Derelict has a auto-scroller in the second half, so let's see it. I'm gonna have to get there first. The gimmick of this level is that you hit the thing, and when you do, the lights turn on. And again, I'll say, by the way, sort of a dark level in the vein of, like, Loopy Lights, basically. With the additional gimmick that the lights turning on thing is bouncy, and you can bounce off them. And of course, you can, like, Silksong style. Some of the, you know, Silksong has some dark areas that are kind of like this. You can just see, kinda, just based on enemy lights, as well as your own limited field of view. A little bit, just, you know, what's immediately ahead of you, if you're careful. But also, if you're fast, the lights will always be on, pretty much. Oh. Again, it's the last chance for levels. Get them in now. 06I, if you got another one, of course, you are welcome. Everyone is welcome. Get in one last stage. One last level. Yeah, it's a vertical auto-scroller. Moves up at a reasonably slow rate. Mid-slow, mid-fast? I don't know. The vertical auto-scrolling, I think as a rule... Damn it. I think as a rule, vertical auto-scrolling kind of works better than sideways, insofar as, like, falling behind pretty usually means that you are, you know, falling behind the vertical scroll. You're too low, which means that you're not going to die of, you know, getting hit by an enemy or something or such. You're dying of the bottom of the screen, of falling into the pit, which is, you know, a reasonable way to die. You can't complain about that. Also got bits like this where the scroll stops, and, you know, I put some coins here to, like, clue in where the invisible blocks are. I mean, I think, like, once you start seeing the pattern there, I gotta imagine you'd figure it out and go like, okay, let's see what I gotta do. You pass that line, the next part of the stage starts, and it's just the final climb up. Dealing with 2 final Goomba platforms. Man, those Goomba platforms are a bit challenging, huh? This is, by the way, the penultimate level in my super world, so it is supposed to be, by design, somewhat tough. You know, like, I said when I first made this level, right, that like, yeah, you know, Loopy Lights is an influence, Toxic Tower is an influence. These are some of the last levels in their respective games. It only makes sense that it would also be a bit of a challenge. I also took a little bit from Misty Mine with the enemies coming out of pipes. A little bit of that mixed in there as well. Just damage boost, that's fine. Ooh. Lost a little bit of the knack for that final platform, but that's fine. One last bit where pipes happen, and for that one you just go to the left and then the way opens on the right. Alright, those are the 2 auto-scroll levels I've done with traditional auto-scrolling as a, you know, enabled thing. I mean, I think I did like 1 or 2 other ones in Mario Maker 1, but, you know, this is always... When we're doing this, we're always looking at Mario Maker 2 levels specifically, so there you go. Silksong I getting one in at the last second, very good. What's the level bot doing? Level bot doesn't seem to be responding. That's really weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that Silksong I. Let me try. Something went wrong, said Warp World Bot. Yeah, I'll say. Something went wrong, huh? Here, there we go. You're welcome to try again. Try that again a 3rd time. I have put myself in there. Oh, wait. Oh, that's weird. You're in there twice. What the hell? Actually, that's why it just went up to 4. Let me remove. Let me remove, there you go. You're in there once now. That was very strange. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's it for last call. Let's go ahead and close the queue and move it along. Folks, the queue is closed. It's time now to finish out the 2 levels that are in queue and, you know, end the stream. I have a slow end to the night. Wonder, but hey, that's fine. It's not bad to have just a few levels to end with. It means that, we won't be going super duper late. And in fact, this stream might be like 4 hours long. The lightning round was really late this time because, what was the difficulty, by the way? Let me check what the difficulty was. Remember, we still have to work with the rules as far as lives go. Yes, it's above 1%. We are good. With 5 lives, that's how many we get. Let's do it. I wonder if this is gonna be like a gauntlet of all the different helmets, or like, you know, maybe there's some sort of repeating checkpoint thing where, like, there could be some sort of repeating checkpoint, like once we get... Actually, no, there's no red coins here. I'm now seeing there's no red coins. You were struggling to beat this yesterday, Chimichanga, and just managed it, presumably. out some of these, Okay, well, we'll try our best. What the fuck? We might be too low. Oh my god! We lost our bullet bill, but we got a checkpoint, and the bullet bill... Clutch! Clutch. That was a clutch checkpoint. Hell yeah! Perfect time to take a hit. There's not a better time to take a hit and lose your essential item. Especially because I had one life left, so, you know, that would have been it if I had failed, so it was clutch on multiple levels there. Oh, there's a limited amount of bullet juice. We need to do it in one. We can't mess around here. Is there anywhere we can land to, like, refresh our thing? Can we land in the nook if, fuck up? Yeah, we totally can. What was up with that guy? How do you get the height you need? There we go. Okay, got it. Gah. The pipe got us. You gotta be perfect. This part was pretty tough for you. Gotcha. Let's see, let's see. Okay, there we go. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. Can I recover this? Can I get back to the pipe? I can. Okay, cool. Hey, no death there. That means that we, this try continues. Take note. We can recover a try if we are, if we try hard enough. Though if we end up here, I think there's no turning back. Also, we ran out of juice. I can't do it. No. No way. One more try. One more try here. Thank you for the level. This one's pretty cool. I like it. Good pick. And I'll say what I probably should say earlier in a stream, which is that just because I can't beat a level during the lightning round doesn't mean it's gone forever. We can absolutely see this another time. Hell, even in the same stream, if the queue is open. You know, specifically if the queue is open. If the queue is closed, that's right out. Dang it. I feel like we almost got to the end of that segment. We did pretty damn good. I am happy with our attempts. Another day, perhaps. Another day. I'll say I don't think that level is quite, you know, it's not as hard, I think, as, it's not as hard as, High Halls, you know, to bring it back to the High Halls comparison bit from 3-4 hours ago. But it is challenging, and like 10 tries is not that many. Chimichunga says, you got a little farther than I did, lol. Ah, good. Okay, I'll take it. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that then. Feel free to submit that again next week, or whenever you're around. Hey, if we get that outside the lightning round one of these days, like, that'll really be good. Go ahead and hit dismiss. Thank you again for the level. And finally, we got one last from Silksong I, who is just submitted it right before the last level. Is good for it. Let's go ahead and see this last level, and then I will call it, and I will, end the stream, and I'll see y'all on Sunday for the 1,000-Year Door randomizer, first time. That'll be fun and good. I'm looking forward to that. This one has a 0% clear rate, brand new, so that makes sense. Let's go ahead and get us some heads. This might not be so difficult, though. This could just be 2 people played it, they didn't finish it. It is what it is. I guess you can maybe get an idea based on how many tries they took. Like, if there's 100 tries here, and these 2 people spent, hours and hours trying to beat it, then, it is what it is. Concerning. So far, what it is an autoscroller, so we ought to be a little more careful. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to risk, like, trying to get into that pipe. I'm sure it's a bonus that you can get into by swinging those claws just so, but that doesn't matter, and probably for nothing but a 1-up or something else completely optional. We should... Fuck! Be careful so that we don't have to restart this level. Autoscrollers feel like they can be fun, but also, like, just of all levels, these are the ones that try my patience the most. Even when I'm not on stream, I am definitely patience tried by them. But also when I'm on stream, there is like a certain like instinct that I have that goes something like content, something like conversations must keep going, the flow, the pace must be maintained, and a slow level like this just like piques that anxiety as far as like, this is slow and getting nowhere fast and etc. But we got somewhere, and now we're in a non-auto-scroller part, so rejoice. We do have to move faster than lava here. That's fine. And we got a checkpoint too, so lots of good things. Very cool lava climb tower situation. Climbing lava levels are fun, though I do think in Mario Maker they're kind of near impossible to balance. Oh shit! Bullet Bill out of nowhere there. Very nice. Impossible to balance a lava level such that the lava is threatening throughout, because variably the lava will move slow enough such that eventually, I mean, I guess like in a tightly scripted enough level with very little give, eventually a lava level will catch up. Or I say eventually. a lava level will catch up in a level where there's very little give, and you have no wiggle room to plan it. And like, fucking hell, that fucking bullet bill again. Same one, too. That, you just have to remember it's there. In a level with no wiggle room, the lava is a persistent threat, but in most levels, it's hard for the progression to be slowed down that much, such that, you know, it's paced such that the lava will be a persistent threat. Which is fine, you know, the lava, I feel like in Mario Maker it's okay if the lava is just there for a second, and then you just know it's creeping up on you, and you can just know in your gut that you gotta move. And that's fine. Okay. Gotta wait until it pulls out. Stuff like this, where you gotta wait for your timing, and also slow down the player such that the lava can be more of a threat, but can only slow down the players so much. I mean, I guess a lot of optional collectibles to collect would also do the trick. You know, at least that would... I mean, if you're doing a level with optional collectibles, it's hard to slow down the level such that, you know, that it would always be threatened. Versus only being threatening when you do optional collectibles, which a lot of people probably do once, and then they say, okay, I'm good. I don't need to do that every time I play. And now that I died once getting the collectible, I feel good just leaving it behind now. Good level. Very nice, 06I. Thank you for it. And for the other levels, and thank everyone for their levels tonight. They were fun, nice. We saw some exciting new things that we hadn't seen before a couple times, or once or twice, you know, which is about the rate that happens every week. And, you know, we had cool, fun levels throughout while I talked about stuff. I'll say... You know, we got a little political tonight. Don't always want to go into the politics. You know, it's just... It's better vibes to, like... Better vibes. It's more chill to, like, avoid such, like, distressing topics and real serious shit, but I just felt like today I wanted to, like, you know... say some things, and I hope y'all didn't mind. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world that is alarming right now, so, you know, there's that. Also, there's a lot of great games coming out, and I am so happy to see Hades next week, and so happy to have cleared Silksong last weekend, and looking forward to all the other kick-ass games that'll come out by the end of the year, like Mina the Hollower, and... Didn't some game just get a date announced? And there's like a bunch of games coming. It's gonna be a good rest of the year, an amazing year for games. Let's go ahead and pull up the old schedule, because the stream is ending. Folks, thanks for coming by, for hanging out, for watching, for giving me the levels. If you're looking for more of this, it'll be next week at 6 p.m. Central. Viewer levels, as usual. Look forward to that. And I'm doing no Monday stream this week, but this next week. But I am doing 2 other streams next week. First off, on Sunday, 2 p.m. Central, I'm going to try Thousand Year Door Randomizer. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door Randomizer for the first time. It is a relatively new randomizer. Just came out relatively recently through Archipelago. And it looks really good, honestly. And I configured it exactly how I like it. giving myself basically, I will say, I basically have the ability to get as many power pluses as I want. I plandoed it a little bit. I tried to give myself 10 power pluses, like, as starting items, but that is apparently doesn't work for some reason. But I was able to give myself a different way to get as many power pluses as I want, so that's fun. Look forward to that. That'll be a fun first go at TTYD Randomizer. Sunday, 2 p.m. Central. I'm excited. I love Paper Mario Randomizer, and if this is like that, but for TTYD, a game that is in my top 5 games of all time, a sequel that is one of the best sequels ever made, best improvements on a game that was already sublime ever. Like, yeah, no, this is gonna be fantastic. Looking forward to it. Then next week, Hades 2 comes out on Thursday, and sure enough, that evening, 7 p.m. Central, I'm going to start Hades 2 on Hades 2 night. So that'll be the second to next stream after the TTYD on Sunday. So if you're excited about Hades 2, that's a great stream to come by and watch for, I guess. Or you can watch it later after you have experienced your own start of Hades 2 type stuff. Maybe people don't want to see the spoilers necessarily, but they wouldn't mind like just checking like, oh, how did you react to cool NPC appearing for the first time? I don't know. What is there to react to in Hades 2? We'll find out on Thursday. Then viewer levels on Friday. That'll be the end of that week. As per usual, as per normal. Metal Gear Solid Delta will be Metal Gear Solid Delta will start on Mondays the week after next week. So that'll be week and a half from now, basically. We can change from now. Metal Gear Solid Delta. Look forward to that. In fact, anyway, that's what's coming up. Let me send y'all somewhere. Looking at who's streaming right now. There's some folks streaming. I think I will send y'all to I'll send y'all to Mr. Just Easy, who is doing viewer levels like I am. Just Easy has been a viewer here sometimes, has submitted levels here on occasion, I'm pretty sure. I think that's how I know Just Easy. He's doing viewer levels. Give him your levels if you still got them. And, watch along, I guess. I'll see you on Sunday for TTYD. I'm excited about that. And then on Thursday for Hades 2. Lots of stuff coming up. A busy week next week, apparently, all of a sudden. I'll see you then. Take it easy, folks. Good night.